Chip, are you starting now?
Yeah, I'm started recording.
Oh, shit.
Dumb.
Well, things have been quite eventful the last 6 or 7 hours. First off, after defeating that wyvern, high and mighty that we were, feeling confident and great about ourselves, we head off to the road to Findlefair with our horses intact, Damien bound, and we had agreed to try to help him escape by giving him the best chance he could. On our way to Findlefair, however, we ran into something rather nasty in the form of a snarling, grueling, terrifying, huge cave dragon, which burst forth from the ground, almost like it was birthed from its womb, and it started mocking and jeering us. Me never one to back down from a fight. I challenged the beast to fair and honorable combat, but instead it used its vile poison breath to incapacitate several of my companions. Myself, I was fine, so I took the opportunity to use our element of unknown skill and wit to distract the beast while my companions gathered themselves. Overall, we were fairly still exhausted after a trying battle with the wyvern. So, with our backs against the table, I suppose we were quite lucky when 3 strangers happened to intervene in the fight. One of them seems to have been a cleric, much like Mr. Scar. His name is Neri, and he follows the god of death. The other was a quiet but precise archer by the name of Eric. The name will be confusing for later tellings of my story. Yes, I know, I cannot help it. And finally, there was Jaska. He was a halfling who's, I guess, good at stabbing things. It's not that impressive. We did battle with the beast. And so, after a trying and, may I say, well-directed combat by myself, we were able to eventually slay the beast and take a couple of its pieces as a prize. We gave our introductions proper, and after a little convening, we set about our merry way. I continued to talk to Neri, and with a little bit of luck from my great friend Binky and her wonderful inventions, I was able to gain the ability to speak all languages for an hour. Oh, it was so fun. So I used that opportunity to speak all sorts of languages to everyone, and in the process found out that Alexis apparently knows Celestial, so that's something I had to ask her about. But nevertheless, we continued forth on our journey until finally we bedded down for the night. Our horses slain and our journey slowed, we will have to spend another couple days on the road, but nothing we can't handle. I stayed up with Neri a bit to keep up for the first watch, and we got to conversing, and I have a good feeling about this one. Their moral conviction is strong, and while they do seem a bit shy, I must admit they're rather charming in their own way. I am not well aware of what happened while I was sleeping, but if I had to gander, Eric stayed up with Tenzing and they got to convening, and it seemed, if I had to take a guess, Eric would not be happy with us taking in Damien, as he is being brought in on suspicions of murder, and he is not okay with that, because we are fairly confident that he didn't do it. And then Alexis and Klaus, I gotta get used to that, joined the conversation when their watch came about. And Klaus being Klaus, alienated everyone almost effectively immediately. And Jaska joined the party to have a bit of a conversation. After Eric and Tenzing went to bed, Klaus and Jaska had a bit of a confrontation. Hopefully they've resolved the matter and it shouldn't be an issue any further, but only time will tell. But, I am sorry, my dream self. I must get back to the waking world. Until we next meet.
Off and away!
I've got to stop having cheese before bed.
Alright.
The weirdest dreams. These things that happen in my dreams about him just not there for. Like, what?
So, with finishing up the last watch, Faust and Alexis excuse themselves off to the side for a moment for a bit of training and then soon return, going to wake the rest of the party as you guys awake to a new day.
Oh, cheese is a wonderful thing, but god damn, I gotta stop eating it before bed. Oh, Alexis,
Hmm.
may I have a word with you, over yonder?
There's a small pause before she gives a nod of sure.
Excellent.
Just make sure. Oh fuck. Just make sure to get to your breakfast today.
Oh, like I'd ever miss the opportunity to enjoy your cooking.
Kind of just snorts at that, doesn't smile, but he just nods. Kind of looks over the rest of the party before kind of going to sit down next to the fire.
We'll be right back. Alexis follows you off to the side.
Hey, so I want to check up on you.
She places her hands on her hips and looks at you curiously. All right.
Well, I'm starting to get a little worried. First off, I want to say, I want to say thank you for helping Tenzing with your powers earlier yesterday. His predicament was quite nasty.
Yeah, I don't exactly like to think what would have happened if a guy of his size were to drop 60 feet from the sky.
It would have been like a rotten orange.
Makes a face at that.
Anyway, I did notice something though, and I think you noticed it too. I think you should be a bit more cautious when using your powers.
What do you mean?
That blurred effect that you do when creatures are affected by your powers, it lingered on you for a good while.
She kind of rubs the back of her neck at that.
Alexis, you know, that power is very useful, but I'm afraid overtaxation might have a cost to it that we're not aware of.
Well, that was the first time I used it more than once in a day. Maybe that was why.
Maybe, but it worries me what would happen if you kept pressing it.
Well, she looks at her hand, kind of flipping it back and forth. While it did linger for a bit, it seems to have stopped.
I'm just saying I'm worried because that's this is something we don't know what it is, and it's very much a powerful form of magic, whatever it is, and it frightens me of what sort of drawbacks that power could invoke. Promise me you won't use it more than twice a day, and only under the most grievous of circumstances.
All right. I will try. Just so long. But if we do find ourselves in a dangerous situation where I do have to use it more than twice, I'm still going to use it though. Especially if it means saving one of your lives.
I would only suggest that you only use it when the alternative circumstances is someone is dead. Not necessarily unconscious, but dead.
I don't know if it'll work on that or not.
No, I mean like don't use it unless someone is at very much a real possibility of risk of dying.
Alright.
I'm worried about you and your safety is as important as ours. I'm just saying keep any potential limits that this power may have in mind. We don't know what sort of drawbacks it has, and that can be scary considering this is time magic, and that's a very unusual, very unstable, very powerful brand of magic.
That's fair. To be honest, when that blur effect was happening, it was sort of like she kind of makes like a gesture, like tugging at something with both hands. It's just like there were two ropes, one wrapped around my right wrist and another on the left, and I was being tugged in two different directions rapidly.
Maybe you were being pulled to the reality in which was supposed to transpire versus the one you're currently in.
I suppose that's a possibility.
That does bring me to another point. Your ability to speak Celestial. Ever since the start, I've had the idea that maybe you've had some sort of connection to a celestial power of some sort.
What do you mean by that?
Well, your ability to speak Celestial, your ability to just open that dragon shrub without any effort. There's something odd about you, and that ghost that looks like you, that's connected to you somehow. That appears when a creature that we've defeated of great power has been vanquished. Something about it screams divine influence. I don't know what happened in your past, but maybe you have a connection to some sort of celestial entity.
Her brow kind of furrows at that.
I mean, white hair isn't natural.
Is
yet you
that
grow it.
is that also why I could read that contract?
Perhaps.
But that wasn't celestial, though, was it?
No, that was abyssal. But that abyssal is connected to celestial. It's just sort of the opposite. I would, if I were you. I know I've asked for some time off, and I think Klaus and Tenzing have agreed to it, but you might want to spend your time looking into gods or entities that are closely linked to time.
Alright, I suppose that's worth a shot. Might be a library somewhere in Findlefair during our time there. She glances back towards the party as they're getting up for the day and then back. What about the new ones, though? This power that I can do in emergencies, should...
I wouldn't do it until we know who they are, truly. That Jaska fellow, I'm not... If he knew what your past was, I'm not sure if he'd sell you out for a couple copper. I think Neri's good. I've had a good talk with Neri. I don't think they're a bad person. But Eric and Jaska, I don't have as good of a point of reference for them, so I would keep it under wraps for now, and maybe if they stick around. As far as we know, they're gonna bounce as soon as we hit Findlefair, but
Oh, speaking of coin, Alexis goes rifling one of her pockets and then holds out 5 gold. During the dragon battle, I saw these fall out your pocket, and then with everything that was happening, I didn't exactly have the chance to hand it back.
that sounds very uncharacteristic of me.
Does it?
Yes. Have you ever known me to let go of a gold piece without, thinking about it first?
I mean, it was not as if you did it on purpose. Fell out on accident.
Can I tell if she's lying?
Insight?
Okay. Oh crap! I gotta pull up my character sheet. Give me a second. Ah!
Womp womp.
Womp 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 womp. Insight.
Hmm? You're really clumsy with your money, huh?
I feel that's very uncharacteristic of me, but thank you for returning my gold to me. I appreciate it.
Perhaps it was the poison,
I didn't get poisoned, voice in my head.
But it was around you. You could have just not seen or heard.
It's something. Anyway.
So you can add the 5 gold back to your inventory.
Already have. Well then. But no, I would keep this under wraps for now. I did also want to ask you, are you okay? Things have happened a lot, and I haven't gotten a chance to check up on you.
Uh, what do you mean?
Well, when we were off chasing that wyvern, you were very much upset over the fact that we didn't want you climbing the side of the mountain when we were trying to chase it down. You know that was just circumstances of you being injured at the time, yes?
Oh, that. No, I wasn't super upset about that. That was honestly just me being me. I don't exactly like not contributing at all.
That's fair. I understand what that's like, feeling like you aren't contributing in a moment, but just know that, if it were me or Tenzing or Klaus who were in the same situation, we'd tell them the same thing.
Yeah, no, it honestly did not bother me at all that much. In the moment, sure, just because I'm a bit stubborn at times, but really it didn't bother.
Alright. And I did want to check up on you. I don't think really, you told me what happened with your part of the illusion when it came to Trixie and Trickster. Are you actually okay? I just want to... If you need someone to talk to about that, I'm sensitive about these sorts of things.
Kind of gives you a half smile. Really, I'm alright. Compared to the illusions that everyone else saw, it was a lot easier to determine that mine wasn't real. It's not as scary as the actual thing.
And how are you with the actual thing?
Well, sure. The dream still comes to mind every once in a while, but otherwise haven't been there since Dystalia, so I'm alright.
Well, if you want, I could try to play you a lullaby to maybe lull you into a more peaceful sleep. As Eric kind of gives a smile.
That would involve you having to stay up.
I'm usually the first one to take a watch anyway, so it's not too much of a problem.
It's actually fine. The meditation has been helping a little bit, actually.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm happy you found
but
something
actually, can I show you something?
Of course, feel free to show me anything.
You see her kind of rock back and forth on her heel and toes for a moment, and then kind of like bounce from foot to foot. And look as she looks down at her legs, it's just like, see, they're back to normal.
Hey, oh, good. I'm very glad you're no longer slower than I am.
That was a bit difficult to digest, yes.
Well, I mean, let's be honest here. I have short, stubby legs. An elf like you should be prancing about in the forest.
Like a wood elf. Am I a wood elf?
Can I tell if they're high elves, aren't they? I've probably been around enough elves to know.
I'd say, yeah, I'd probably be able to tell the high elf.
I think you're a high elf. Actually, did you know high elves actually have an affinity for simple magics?
Oh, really?
Yes, many of the high elves I've met have been able to cast simple cantrips such as Firebolt or Minor Illusion, as I kind of make an illusion of an elf I've met before.
Oh. Maybe that's why I'm able to... She kind of trails off for a moment and then shakes her head with a... Well, that's helpful information to know.
Able to do what? You can't just leave me hanging in the dark like that.
It will be a surprise for once I'm able to properly do it.
Oh, come on, I could help you with it. I am a master of the arcane. Okay, I'm very much an adept of the arcane. I can definitely help you out with that. I actually got my minor in it.
This is actually specifically something a little more than regular arcane. Like I said, I will show you, though, once I've got the hang of it.
Varric cocks an eyebrow and just kind of like leans back a little and says, "All right, but I'm looking forward to it. You better not leave me in the dark for too long."
I won't, I promise. Alright, let's not keep the others waiting.
We shouldn't, but 6.
Alexis.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to it. But Alexis.
Hmm?
Thank you for being honest. I know it's hard to sometimes share things about yourself.
A momentary kind of odd look comes to her face at that before she gives another small smile. Of course.
Well, you're not being completely honest with me.
No, I've been honest.
Do I believe her?
Insight check. She's been honest with what she's told you so far.
Is there something you're not telling me?
Conversation for another day.
Alright, just know that I'm here for you when I care for you.
Yes, don't worry about it.
Alright. I love you, 6. Alexis.
She rolls her eyes and gives like sort of ruins it when you use the wrong name.
You have to understand, I feel like I've used it for almost a year now.
That person is gone.
I know. Well, I'm sorry, but I do love you, Alexis.
She makes a little heart gesture with her hands. Alright, let's head on back.
Alright, thank you for your time.
No problem. She walks on back to the group.
Varric will walk back with her.
What are you guys up to?
Also just manning the stew, essentially. That's all. Just keeping to himself.
Jasker's probably still carving on his wood.
Zenzaku's not here to do it.
Yeah, I was debating. I was debating whether or not to make a sex joke there.
Klaus will look up. Look over towards Neri.
Boy.
What's Neri up to?
Nair's probably as far away as he can get from Klaus.
He just quietly says, "You."
Look up. Won't say anything.
Are you going to eat?
Sure. I didn't realize that was for all of us. I thought it was for
It is for everyone, yes.
and he'll walk over, like very awkwardly, just serve some food and just stand there. Like, am I supposed to eat it here or move back to where I was? Like, staring at Klaus, like, give me please directions what to do next.
You can go and sit wherever you want. And he's just holding out a bowl, just kind of slightly shakes it at him, just like, gonna take it?
Take it and sit like opposite from Klaus, but not too far away that it's like rude in case he wants to talk.
Well, that's the fun part, is that Klaus just, after handing it to him, kind of checks, looks inside of the bowl, makes sure that he got the proper amount of rice, but after he realizes that, he just kind of goes back to being quiet and just occasionally looking off in the direction that Alexis and Varric went off to, but doesn't say too much else.
The two soon return.
And that's how wyverns are made.
Varric, the more you do it, the less believable it's become.
Listen, there's new people around. You were supposed to play along.
I'm not going to play along.
Oh, come on. Even Klaus played along one time.
Klaus, like, looks at the two and, like, shrugs guiltily at Alexis.
She rests a hand over her chest and shakes her head with mock disappointment. And
Oh
I
my
thought
God.
I knew you.
He
Come on,
just
even he likes to have fun every once in a while.
he just rolls his eyes at the both of you before kind of standing up and then looking over the rest of the party. And just, are we ready to move on soon?
I literally have not eaten yet.
Right. Go ahead.
Well, perhaps we could eat and move. And Alexis kind of glances over at Damien and back at you, Cloud.
Right. Wait 1 second. We unbinded him, did we?
No, he's still
No.
blinded.
Yeah, he's still binded.
I could have sworn we took off his ropes at best.
You took off you took off his the ones
Leg
on his
ropes.
feet. Yeah, the leg. His hands
Um,
are still tied.
We
But
got
he
those
still has
boys
the
in
cuffs as
iron.
well, though, right?
What's that?
He still has the cuffs as well, though, right?
Yeah.
Klaus will look over at him, take a deep breath before moving over towards Damien and crouching next to him with a bowl.
He looks at the bowl and looks at your face and then gives a grin. Can't exactly feed myself.
That's exactly why you're going to use your bound hands to lift up the food into your...
You're no fun. Alright. Sets up.
Bear cast shatter.
What?
Nah, I'm kidding.
Go
He just
away!
You just said you're no fun, and it reminded me of something. Wait,
God damn it.
Eric will pull out the Pearl Ritual Cast Identify on Damien.
Are you being serious or?
Yes!
Okay. As you are doing that, Klaus, what are you up to?
Just getting him a bowl so he can actually eat. He's the only one who hasn't, maybe
very-
barring Eric and Jasker. But
He very awkwardly holds the spoon between both hands, trying to turn it sideways so he can scoop it there and then try to bend at the elbows and manages to keep missing his.
does it look like he's doing it on purpose?
Insight check.
Klaus really doesn't want it.
Rolling your insight? Oh, okay. Seems genuine, you think?
He stares at him for a minute before sitting down, kind of close / next to him. Give it here, and he just kind of rips the spoon out of his hand.
You see,
in no funny business.
Damien just looks at you expectantly. It's just
This stew is hot. It would be a shame if it ended up spilling on your lap.
do you always threaten people before you help them?
Threaten people when I know that they're up to no.
I'm literally bound. What am I going to get up to?
I find you have a knack when it comes to harassing other people.
Why, thank you.
And then he just shoves the spoon in his mouth.
I hope you don't have a good gag reflex.
You just hear coughing and hacking.
Gross.
That would be a no.
The rest of the times, though, he will be, gentle.
Teary-eyed Damien keeps his mouth shut and quietly eats.
Giggity.
Let me know when identify goes off.
Yeah, I will say you identify and nothing magical.
Alright. Got my eye on you, boy. Puts the pearl back slowly.
But yeah,
Returns to
he'll
eating.
he'll
I'll play with
continue
Urkel
to
though while he eats.
he'll continue to feed Damien, but then looking around over towards Eric and Jasker, have they touched any of the food?
Yeah, Verica started eating and...
Instead, Eric, not Varric.
God damn it!
Not everything is about you.
Yeah,
Uh,
Jesus.
Yeah, fucking.
First he starts the recap, and then now he thinks everybody's talking about him because of food.
Great. Now the gnome is gonna speak for us. I hate that meme.
All right, now I'm offended.
We love you, Michael.
I wasn't offended until you said that.
So is Jasker and Eric eating or not touching the food?
If I remember correctly from last week, Jasker didn't touch the food and he ate rations.
Yeah, Alexis had set aside the bowl next to you and just kind of left it there when she got.
Yeah, he didn't touch it.
All right,
It's fine.
Eric.
Eric is eating a ration.
Ah, boycotting, I see. Understood. But, no, he kind of notices this and just kind of looks back over towards Damien, focusing on the task at hand, before eventually he just kind of looks over towards Alexis and... Alexis?
Hmm.
Come here.
Is Damien with us? I got my eye on you, squint, and makes her way over.
So are we going to tell them our little revelation?
It's a little difficult with everyone here.
Well, don't they all have a right to know in some cases?
Well, how much were you planning on telling them?
There's one thing that I've learned, nothing good comes out of secrets. Especially Eric, that one in particular, seems angry about the situation concerning the...
So we basically just tell them that we believe that there's more to this, and that we think bringing him to Findlefair will be safe for him.
Objectively, yes. I mean, we could just put Eric aside, since he seemed to be the one that was most concerned about the entire idea, but...
That's true.
And it entirely depends. Who do you think out of all of them can actually be trusted?
It's a little hard to say.
Then again, no, we already sort of talked about this. We could get Jaskar on with it.
Though with everything that happened, do you think he might take it as an insult if we bring up coin?
Perhaps, but it's not like I'm trying to apologize to the guy. I'm just telling him that there is something in it for him if he chooses to go along with.
Well, at the very least, I think I left off on neutral terms with him, I think, after the talk, and glances over towards Jasker.
I think at least we should tell the main party before we tell the other.
That's true.
That was some big stuff that you had said concerning her. I think it would reveal a lot.
Well, I think we'd have quite a bit of luck with bringing it up with Varric, since the beginning Varric has always been sort of more understanding, I suppose you could say, towards the scenario.
Sorry, who did you say again?
I believe Varric might be a good place to start, since the beginning he's been a bit more understanding of the scenario with her.
You're right. Alright. Yeah, okay.
And as you guys are talking, you just kind of hear, "What are you guys talking about?"
Oh, well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt for you to know. Long story short, you might actually have a better chance of survival than we had thought to begin with.
Arches a brow at you.
For the meantime, I can't tell you way too much more. Would you be satisfied with that much?
I'm pretty easily satisfied, so sure.
In
Varric's
view
innuendo
of-
sense just pops up as like, that's not a good thing.
God damn it.
Goes back to eating.
He actually like pipes up and is like, Varric,
Eh?
need to talk to you.
What'd I do?
Nothing bad. Just
Oh, okay. Varric will
kind of
hop on over.
motions over towards Alexis and Varric and kind of begins to lead them off just a bit.
Varric is carrying his bowl, eating with Urkel in his backpack. And occasionally will just feed a piece of meat to him.
All right, the rest of you guys see Klaus, Alexis, and Varric walk off a bit of a distance from the.
I'll walk over to Eric and say, "What do you think they're talking about?"
Us, probably.
They're thinking of kicking us out already.
I don't know, maybe not you. I think they like you.
It looks like oh boy, that's a huge mistake. But like, okay. He looks unconvinced about that thought, but laughs a little bit. How about you? What were you? I mean, I just stopped you for a minute, and we didn't get to talk much. What were you doing? Going somewhere?
Yeah, just looking around, really. Maybe looking for some work.
So you're planning on staying with them? Or
I mean, I think it's a bit of a complicated question.
so?
I think, you know, the prisoner they've got, and he would gesture at Damien.
I saw him. I figure he's done something to deserve it, right?
It's a bit complicated. He's being turned in for something he doesn't seem to have done, and I don't know much about how they do things up north, but I think, I don't know. What I want to do is I want to help him. They say they're helping him, but I don't think they're helping them enough.
They're bringing an innocent man to the city? That doesn't make any sense. Why?
Feel free to ask them. See if their reasons are good enough for you.
Neri just turns around, takes Eric's hand, and start walking over to, like, power walking over to Klaus and the rest of the group.
Oh my fucking
And he's-
god.
Listen. He stands there and taps Klaus in the shoulder, and he's like, I need to understand why we're taking this man. Otherwise, I don't think I can help you.
So in this case, since it cuts into the conversation, and Klaus is just like,
Yeah.
So I think we figured it out exactly what Vidalia's plan is.
Wait,
And
did we?
looks back towards I mean, hell. The conversation, it might as well have started just then by the time that this occurred.
Yeah, so Neri just hears like the end of that sentence about Vidalia and then cuts you off with a tap on your.
Wait, what are we talking about? Wait.
Well, I was just about to get to that. What do you want, Neri?
Hmm?
What do you want?
To know what's going on with this man. I thought he was a prisoner, someone who did something and deserved it. If he's not guilty, then I don't see why he's chained.
Well, I mean, he is a thief. He is a known thief.
He'd do something this time.
Hold on. I was just about to get to that, but... And then he kind of looks over towards Alexis. But it
She kind of has
seems...
this look on her face of like, how did it already spread?
Assuming that he can basically read her mind at this point, he just...
Eric has no idea what's going on.
says-
He
just
got called
quietly
away,
says-
and then it's just like, now he's being interrupted. It's like, wait, what?
You're right. But no, he just quietly says, big mouths. But then looks over towards the two of them, both Eric and Neri. Clenches his jaw. Would the both of you be willing to sit down for a little bit of political intrigue? It's not as simple as a few answers. It's an entire network of political intrigue.
Long story short is, if we don't get his ass back to jail, or at least back up to the north, in front of a general, our asses are on the line.
Actually, Varric, it seems to be a little bit deeper than just that.
Yeah, that's the short and sweet of it, but there's more factors at play, certainly.
I will listen. He turns to Eric like, are you sure about this?
Eric looks like he's already tired of this conversation, but just shrugs.
He looks over towards Alexis and is just like, should we grab the other one as well?
I mean, at this rate, it's better rather than causing more confusion, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yes, because
Crossing her arms, she leans to the side, looking past you, Klaus, over towards Jasker. Just like, hey, Jasker, over here.
Jasker kind of like looks up from his wood carving, just kind of sees everybody standing around, and just kind of puts his knife away, puts the carving into his like one of his little pouches, and just kind of walks over, and his jaw's a little clenched.
Now, perhaps we should wait for like 5 minutes because Zaku just got on Roll20. I'm assuming they're going to join the call soon as well.
Yay!
okay, I'm seriously confused. What the hell are we talking about?
You will find out.
A revelation.
Resident Evil?
No. Die.
Well, but that's an evil that lives among us.
Oof.
I hate it here.
I will now play Klaus.
Yay! Hello.
Echo!
We need
to talk. You guys sound like Minecraft zombies. Shut up.
Here, have some stew.
Alright,
Stew.
Zaku, quickly fill it in. So, Alexis and Klaus had a bit of a chat about some stuff that's going on, and now they're getting everyone in to talk about it. Tenzing makes his way over along with everyone else so that everyone is now involved in the conversation.
And it
Oh,
was
look who
very
finally
wholesome.
spoke up. Look who finally decides to join the land of the living.
He is a heavy sleeper, so makes sense.
Is Zaku actually there? Have we been talking to nothing?
Zaku! Zaku!
I forgot I was pushed to talk. Hi. So he walks over to the bed head and everything, and just rubbing his eyes. Just, sorry. Hi, meeting. How's everyone? Is everything all right?
We're about to enter into a bit of a conversation. Go ahead, sit down, grab some stew. I'll start talking about everything. Though I'm going to need you to bridge some of the gaps in case I miss anything, Alex.
Sure thing.
And he just kind of moves over to kind of sit against one of the trees.
He sits down, grabs a bowl, and gives him a small thanks.
So, starting out with the previous misconception, some of you, and he kind of looks over towards Eric and Nick, have been a bit misinformed, and that is definitely mine and Tenzing's fault, by extension.
What did you two do?
Remember with Tenzing telling, oh yeah, you weren't asleep at that time.
He was asleep.
Wait, was he awake?
No,
Sleep.
I'm very confused with what this conversation's about.
Right, well, basically, go ahead, Tenzing.
They were curious as to why we were walking around with Damien tied up and whatnot, and I tried to explain a little bit, but I didn't want to spill everything without everyone here, and that led to some miscommunication. I mean, I probably shouldn't have been saying anything to begin with, but asking, so that was sort of cleared up when Klaus had been awoken by Alexis, and it all happened last night. It didn't last for very long, so we didn't really think to wake you at the time. But that's why we're talking about it now.
But in that entire conversation, there was a lot of things being thrown around with not all of the information to be had. We just learned more of that information just this morning when Alexis and I were training. So, first off, out of the three of you, what do you all know of Adalia Lionheart?
Boy, do we know anything?
Yeah.
Neri, you can make a. I'd say all three of you can make a history check.
Yeah, it's like
Jasker, I'll let you do with advantage.
Ooh.
Skinny.
Well, he is very small.
R.I.P.
I don't know. I don't know shit.
I like how Neri probably has like a deep.
R.I.P.
Oh!
Hell yeah.
Ooh, okay. We have one saving grace.
Jasker, you do recognize the name Lionheart. Out of the military families around the area, she is known pretty well in Findlefair, though most of the family is in the capital. Most high-up military generals tend to have a bad reputation for them in terms of ruthlessness, especially the generals. She has a bit of a reputation herself, though not as known really in that area. She is just known to be a very strong, stern, well-respected general within Findlefair.
Ah.
I take it you know a little bit, Jasker.
Jasker kind of is sitting there for a second, picking a piece of ration out of his tooth. Just kind of looks at Klaus and says, "I've heard of her, aye."
Right, well, there is some information that isn't exactly public that is also known about her, that the group, before barring the rest of you, So here's the thing. As you and Neri know, Eric, you were underneath the impression that we are turning in an innocent man. And at the time, that was all there was to it. I don't think I could have told you much more, but turns out there was. I wasn't in the right mind, I had just woken up, so that is on mine for not communicating properly. And then kind of looks over towards Alexis before looking back at the rest of the group. Vidalia seems to have some sort of large scheme for the sake of protecting both this group and Damien.
What makes you say that?
Varric, as you may have known, Vidalia cares a lot, and I mean a lot, about the people, the public.
That I would like to believe, yes.
Did you know how far that care goes?
Go on.
Alexis, does he know about the things that she has been doing with illegal members of the Northern Empire?
Yes, Kovacs told the lot of us.
Oh, that. Yes.
Well, Alexis,
Mm-hmm.
and he will look at the rest of the group and put his hands up almost in a bit of surrender. This is no surprise that, as far as it goes, we're all strangers to one another. So I have to ask you this, and looks back over towards Alexis, and then looks back over towards the rest of the group. Can it at least be trusted that you keep a secret?
What secret are you about? Hold on. Varric just kind of motions down for him to whisper. What secret are you about to share?
He taps his neck and then points towards Alexis.
No. No.
It's important to the actual information.
I think we can summarize in vagueness on that particular matter.
Tenzing is
Not.
watching them and notices the neck tap and the back and forth between Alexis and them, and looks at her and is just like, "Are you alright with it?"
Varric just gives a very concerned look and just says, "I would give that time."
I mean,
Klaus nods in agreement and looks over towards Tenzing and Alexis.
Oh, she has a very conflicted look on her face. She kind of looks between Eric, Neri, and Jasker.
Say
Alexis,
and sorry.
It's fine. It's fine. No.
No, it's all right. Let me first ask this. Neri, Eric, Jasker, I want to know your opinion on... She puts up air quotes, lesser beings of the Northern Empire. From goblins to slaves to orcs to the Lord. What are your thoughts on them?
Wait, is Vidalia...
Just answer the
What is a...
question.
I'm against it.
Gives a nod at you and then looks at Neri and Jasker. And you too.
What do you mean by lesser beings?
Goblins, orcs, slaves, the lot. The people that are either enslaved or killed on sight. What are your thoughts on that?
I think there live just as much as we do. They're not. I don't see anyone as lesser. It's just prejudice.
Klaus slowly nods at that in comparison to the previous answer,
Varric is watching all these people for any forms of dishonesty.
as will Klaus. That
Make your
being said,
insight checks. Alexis turns to you, Jasker. And yourself.
nice.
Jasker just kind of looks at her for a moment and just goes, they're all shit. They treat them all the same. Doesn't matter what the color of their skin is or whether they're free or not. There's only two type of people in the North. Those that have and those that have not.
And what are your thoughts on those that have not?
I don't care. I just want to live.
So neutral, really.
And given the opportunity, would you sell someone out if it were to make you a have?
If we were to tell you that Damien, right here, was a slave and we're going to sell him for a good amount of what would you say or do to that?
I wonder why. I mean, I'm often mistaken about people, but you don't seem like a bad group, bad people. So why? Why would you?
You're jumping the gun.
I'm
Jasker
all-
still has to answer his question.
Yes.
Jasker kind of clenches his jaw, and you can see a little bit of like irritation in his eye. And he just kind of looks at Varric and just says, "Make me an offer."
What if I were to offer you riches beyond your wild imagining?
No one's that stupid.
2,000 gold.
He kind of takes a second and for taking him. That's what it's
Yes.
for, right?
Yes, if I were to tell you that he is a slave and we are returning him to his masters for 2,000 gold, what would you say or do to that? Would you agree?
I'd say you're lying. A man's not a slave.
It's
Yes.
hypothetical. It's not really the actual situation here. Even if it wasn't Damien.
I don't deal in
If it was some-
hypotheticals. This is the real world. This is happening now. He's not a slave.
Well, it's kind of not
Play
tied to
along
him.
for the
that's
sake
thing.
of our conversation.
Yes, for the sake of this conversation, we come across a variety of different jobs. If we came across a job like that, what would you say or do? What?
I'd have to know what's going on with it. I don't take anything at face value, not even hypotheticals.
So what
They're
you're
asking
saying,
a simple question, Jasker. Are you a slaver or not?
I don't care. I just want to live. That's all I'm going to say on it. If you guys want to take this, take him for your golds, do it.
Varric looks at
Alexis is inciting you, Jasker.
Hmm.
I am too. What do I glean with a 21?
I also am going to insight.
Yeah, she also got above a 20.
What would I be rolling
Oh,
against?
23.
She's trying to get a feel for if you're being honest or you're just saying what you think we want to hear.
Okay. I will roll to you.
Yep.
Everyone's inciting strong except Klaus.
All
Full
right,
belly,
so
man.
what would they see? Shield.
You guys would see that he's very uncomfortable with this talk. He doesn't like being put on the spot. He doesn't like being asked things that from like he's very uncomfortable. He's still stressed out. He's feeling like he's being put on trial a little bit, and you can tell that he doesn't like to concern himself with bigger issues because his goal is to just live, to survive, and he doesn't like to look at the wider problems of the world because it's all ugly, and he's annoyed that he's being put on the spot to make a gut check, basically, answer for this. So he's completely shut down.
All right.
Eric will just kind of look at
Al-
Alexis and just nod his head no. Shake his head
Oh,
no.
Alexis gives just a fuck it, and you guys see her reach up for a scarf around her neck and untie it, releasing it and pulling it off. For you, those new in the group, you will see tattooed into the front of her neck, in the skin, is a intricate tattoo. There's a bit of a magical glimmer to it, and all of you would recognize it as it is a commonly known thing. It is a brand of a slave, more specifically, a very special type of brand for slaves that belong to individuals who are of a high status. And basically, this magical brand ensures it so that they are incapable of speech or writing, so that they can never share any of the secrets that they ever hear from their masters.
God damn it.
That is interesting.
Tenzing looks over to Jasker. As you can see, this is something that is very much factual and in the now. It's not Damien that we're talking about, it's the safety of her.
I'm assuming we're having this conversation far away from Damien, by the way.
Yeah, Damien's off to the... You guys pulled off to the side, so...
Yeah.
I will look at
Tenzing's keeping
Jasker and just
light
say,
watch of him.
if you say a fucking word of this to anyone, for any reason, I don't care which, I will hunt you down like a fucking dog.
If you threaten me again, I'm not gonna stop. I won't hesitate.
Surprisingly.
Shut your mouth. I don't like being put on trial like this.
Mate, we're not putting you on trial, we're just making sure that because you're new and we don't quite know you yet, we're not making assumptions, we're just making sure that our teammate is safe. And
We're not even specifically targeting you. We asked the same thing to Neri and Eric. They give straight up answers. You've been giving us the roundabout. So of course we're going to be a little...
Irate. Do not get irate. That is not necessary right now. Oh, that's my dog. Hello.
Oh, what happened?
Oh, she is rejoicing at my mother being home.
Alexis, she is very white-knuckled, clenching onto the scarf that she had been covering the mark with. She just keeps her mouth quiet and glowers at Jasker.
Look, I don't have any love for the rich. I don't care. You don't want... I don't care. You don't have anything to worry about.
Her expression relaxes a bit, and then she kind of cautiously looks over towards Neri and Eric.
Eric has not stopped staring at the brand, and his hands are like in fists. at his side, and he seems tense to the point of being frozen to the spot. And he just says, "Who gave that to you?"
I don't remember. I assume the people who do these special sort of brandings, whoever they are.
As you can see, she can, communicate now. We've been slowly trying to find ways to get that thing off of her. So, well, obviously you see our stance on it, and from the sounds of the talks last night, you seem to have a strong opinion on those
No.
who...
They know this now, right?
Yes,
The information concerning this. Now, there's something a little bit bigger. This goes back to Damien and why he is with us, why we are turning him in. Here's the thing. Frankly, when we actually get back to General Lionheart, there will be a better understanding. But for the meantime, what I will have to say and what Alexis has to say is probably going to have to suffice.
She's helped us before with certain matters, such that relate to this. I don't think she's a bad person.
Vidalia, what she's trying to do is simultaneously save her ass, and points over towards Alexis, by fake turning in his, and points over towards Damien. What is currently happening down in Findelfair is that an important figure inside of the public has been killed. I don't know exactly what it is that Vidalia has up to planned, but one thing's for sure, I'm positive that she absolutely knows that Damien is not actually responsible for anything. She had sent us out to retrieve him and bring him back, but...
She did emphasize very heavily on live, I may add.
Yes. But another thing. When we talked to Damien, and you can ask him this yourself, he made it seem very, very light, the idea of simply escaping and getting away from Vidalia, as if it was a thing that she permitted, or at least was easy. But that's the thing, Vidalia doesn't simply turn an eye towards things that matter. If she wanted him dead, she would have done it the several other times that he's been around. But here's the thing. Vidalia doesn't care about the government, she cares about citizens. And in this particular case, you may be wondering, if she cares about citizens, if she cares about the people, why is she throwing Damien underneath the bus? That's the thing. She isn't. What she is trying to do is take off suspicion from us, effectively, and looks over towards the rest of the group, Tenzing and Varric most specific. With the incident about turning that noble into a donkey,
I don't think we'd actually be in trouble for that. I will say
we
that.
very much would be. And even worse, if they ended up investigating us, they would have found out about Alexis, who Vidalia is also aware of.
This is true.
And
So
in
more
regards...
Go ahead.
Sorry, just to add, in regards to Damien, given she most likely knows that she's not part of it, the thing is, nobles up there have been spreading rumors and in turn have amped up security. There are more soldiers there than there's ever been because they are afraid that their lives may be next. And they essentially chose the first scapegoat because he is the prime suspect at the moment, simply because he was seen outside of the house. But it's pretty clear that he was only there to steal things and not actually kill anyone.
That
So
Which is what
That
I
also
was
does bring
getting.
me to another point that Lionheart wants to get her men back out on the roads to keep people safe on the roads instead of cooped up in Findle Fair.
One moment, this isn't about her character. I was only giving a slight backing as far as how she goes before I tell everything else. Now, here's the thing. While she did not make this absolutely known, she also knows the rest of this party. We figured it out just a moment ago with training. That the entire reason why Damien is being turned in is specifically so Alexis and our group can have the heat taken off of us. And he was to be basically released afterwards. You know, an accident. There was a thing that she said, no, concerning the people when she jailed you both, all of you, for what, 2 days? A day?
Day and a half.
She was trying to appease the public. That's the thing. I don't know about all of you who have been in the North, but telling you one thing right now, the North is all about politics as far as it goes. In particular, people don't actually care about the rights and wrongs that happen inside of the capitals and the cities. They care about results. They care about what the public sees. They want punishments, not judgment. So, when this group before was jailed, they weren't looking for actual judgment, and frankly, neither was Vidalia. She was giving what the people wanted, people in jail, and then let them out once nobody cared anymore. And that's what was going to happen to Damien. So, with all of that, I can tell you with certainty that no, we are not just a bunch of mindless assholes trying to turn in someone who is innocent. There is a grander scheme at that before, and I wasn't able to make that apparent before. I'm making it apparent now. But
Besides, even if there isn't, we're giving him the best damn chance we can.
even then, but I just wanted to make sure that they understood, especially since Neri very much seemingly wanted to make sure, and kind of looks over towards him. Not with an angry look, but with something more sympathetic. But then the look hardens as he looks towards the rest of the group with a bit of a wink. And this leads to... I think... No, and then looks over towards Alexis. And then Tenzing and then Varric. We need your help. What do you all know about Rubius Galentin?
I will let Eric and Neri make a history check.
Oh boy.
Jasker, you would know who he is, though, as a northerner.
Okay.
Sorry. My history is shit. Oh, look at that!
Hell yeah.
Hell
You
yeah!
have a 4. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Oh, good luck is finally
-2.
turning, Danny!
Every other session.
But I have bad luck.
Neri, Jasker, you would recognize Dallington as one of the royal noble families, one of the 10 noble families directly under the command of the northern king and queen. They're basically the highest level of prestige a noble family can obtain.
Oh.
Well, you see, not all of us, not Vidalia, not like Vidalia, are as compassionate when it comes to other people. While we were on the way to finding Damien, we had ran into him. We learned a few damning details, but more importantly, he was set on finding him, turning him in, and making sure that he pays. That's kind of what a lot of noble families do inside of the north. They are tending to be ruthless. And as far as the Gallingtons go, is it Dallington or Gallington?
Dallington.
Dallington. As far as the Dallingtons go, it just so happens that they are particularly ruthless, even more than Big Cat. So, we need assistance in making sure that Damien stays hidden on the way back to Findlefair.
Well, I could take care of that. I have a nifty little disguise kit here that could very easily keep him.
He wasn't the most trusting of us before. I doubt he'll be as trusting of us the next time.
Also, as further information, Rubius specifically is the eldest son of the family.
Oh, okay.
Well, I could message Lionheart ahead of time, let her know that we're coming. Maybe we should go through the back door or something along those lines. We can hide him, put a moustache on him, make sure he's well hidden, and then walk him into the prison, give him the Lionheart, and then have a chit chat with her.
Now, the only thing that you seem to be forgetting is that if we come across him and he recognizes him, it is almost certain that we are going to get in deep, deep shit.
All we had to say is, we didn't want anyone trying to take our bounty.
And you're sure that Dallington, of all people, will respect that way.
Well, when you're playing with 3,000 gold, and most people don't see that in a lifetime, let alone in a single job, yes, I think he would probably get the idea that we were just trying to hide our investment.
Then you don't know northern nobles.
No, I quite frankly do. I've actually been around many throughout my life.
He snorts at that before looking at the rest of the group.
Who
So what do you
who
all
was
think?
killed? You said an important person died.
Lord Cooper of Findlefair.
Short,
I know
brown,
him.
stout.
Fat as hell. Let's just say we had a bit of a minor altercation when when me and a friend of mine showed a more truer side of his form.
They pulled a prank on him.
It was hilarious.
Neri, if you want, you can make a history check on Lord Cooper if you like.
Yeah. Get it, boy.
Is this
Get it.
so? Wait, so the noble that was killed is the noble that you
Pulled a prank on, yes.
sure prank. Let's call it that.
It was
Okay.
a prank. How else would you describe turning someone into a donkey for a few minutes?
Not
Anything
important,
else?
Eric.
I found it very important.
Anyways,
This-
as you were saying, Eric,
You should have opened with this.
Turns
That
out
seems
I'm not
much more
exactly-
relevant.
Turns out I'm not exactly great at conveying information when I just wake up. Not even in a passive-aggressive way. He kind of said that. It was just kind of a... Oh, nah, there was some slight edge, but he just kind of shrugged.
Now, are we all settled on the matter? Can we trust that none of you will repeat what was said here?
Yes, I'll help. One thing. Alexis needs more than a scarf around her neck.
I've gone through the song and dance with her already.
Alexis is tying the scarf back around her neck again. It's fine. This has been working. It's not as if it can be covered anyway. The whole point of being magically branded is that it will shine through no matter what I do.
I was thinking more of a... and then he pulls down the collar of his shirt to reveal a tattoo around his neck of a snake wrapped around his neck and then biting itself. And he says, high collars work pretty well, I would say, and are less likely to be pulled off than a scarf.
Well, both sort of have a likelihood of being pulled. this one is rather tight. She like gestures to the short scarf that wraps around the entirety of her neck and is pulled with a tight bow at the end, or not bow, like sort of flare of the tied end at the end.
You guys can look at a reference image; it shows. But yeah,
Let's, for now,
I'll post it again. Hold on.
we have, this has been working for us for now. We've got other things that we're going to be doing in the future to curve this risk of discovery. But I believe this is a conversation for another day.
I've just got one question.
Yes?
Who are you getting paid from?
The general.
The Lionheart.
Yes.
And she offered you 3,000 gold.
Yes.
That's technically just the bounty, but really the money's not the concern here.
A friend of ours took the job before any of us could deny it or really discuss it. So we're kind of stuck with it at the moment.
I don't trust it.
Basically, what Klaus was trying to say is that we think there's further reasoning for why she's doing all this specifically.
And we're having faith that her reasoning is not ill.
from what I've heard of Vidalia, I can say that I do believe.
When Vidalia found out about this, and she gestures to her now, any other northern god would have turned me in immediately to my... She makes this face. Oh no. Gives a little sigh. But instead, she covered it back up and pointed me in the direction of help.
And by help, meaning to actually get it off her. Given it's a process, but it's still better than what we ever could have thought of ourselves. We really didn't know much about it.
Very painful process.
Very.
But yes, a process. She kind of gets this far off look to her eyes as she thinks on it, but shakes it.
Denzing's watching her and gives her a knowing glance, but tries to give her a reassuring.
Now, any other questions, thoughts, concerns?
Are you not concerned that someone else knows?
We're very concerned that other people do.
Who in particular are you talking about?
It's not easy. It's not easy to outrun this kind of thing. I don't think you can just trick them.
I agree. That's why we were asking your help.
This is too big.
But it is also possible that we might arrive to the city before we pass by him. We passed by him the day before and he was headed in the opposite direction.
Well, I have a sombrero and a poncho we could drape over him so his hands aren't showing and he could just be walking behind us. And we already have a new gang of companions.
Jasker,
Oh, why don't we just turn him into a duck?
it's actually not a bad idea, but Jasker, if this is too big of a thing for you, then you need not concern yourself.
He's kind of like he's kind of rubbing his forehead now, and his eyes are closed. He's kind of like thinking really hard. How far away are we from Findle Fair?
You get the sense it'll be probably about another day travel.
You think we can make this quick then?
That's the goal.
He nods.
There are certain things I don't like to get caught up in, and it's getting a little too close for me.
It's alright. Like you said, you don't have to concern yourself with this. After all, we're asking quite a lot from someone we've really just met. But we just, if anything, just keep her safe by not saying anything.
He pulls out his pipe, puts some pipe weed in it, and lights it. Takes a big old draw, just exhales and goes, "What the fuck?" And he looks at Alexis and he says, "How else am I gonna get paid?" And kind of smirks a little bit.
Kind of gives you a bit of a smirk in return. And earlier you were talking about how proud you were of your skills, yes? What would be a better thing than swiping a bounty like this right out underneath the nose of some stuck-up noble?
Really stuck up. He's awful.
And don't get me wrong, I like the idea of putting some of those rich bastards in their place. We just have to be careful, that's all.
Of course. And she looks at the three of you new ones kind of a little warily. It's just like, and you will not talk about me, right?
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. As soon as we get into Findle Fair, I'm going to shout at the top of my lungs, "Hey! Undocumented slave among us!" And he kind of winks at her.
Jesus Christ.
Gives a roll of her eyes. I'm not a slave. I mean, I know the branding says otherwise, but I'm not.
Trust me, dearie. In the eyes of these people, if they knew, there's no difference.
That's the whole point of this conversation, though.
I understand.
So, Neri, does this clear your suspicions? Eric?
Yes. Yes, it works. I mean, it truly just sounds like the safest bet for him and for her. So, I'll help.
All right. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Eric just nods.
All right. Well, we don't want the noble prick to catch up on us. Perhaps we get moving.
Should I disguise our friend here first before we head out?
Maybe don't give him something with wings.
Why would I give him something with wings?
You just talked about making him into a duck.
Oh, no, we could absolutely do that when we get into Findle Fair. That way no one could ever notice him.
It's just
Jasker, they
it's a little
weren't
thing.
being sarcastic. We have a thing. Literally turns him into a duck.
Oh, right, I forget that's not a normal thing.
6 hours. You put hats on someone, they turn into a duck, and you can carry them around for a while, and then after that, then they poof back.
No, I understand how magic works. I'm talking about don't give him something with wings. He'll fly away.
It's a
Wait,
little duckling.
What exactly were the general's exact words in regards to this mission of ours? What did
Bring
she
him
want us
back
to
alive. Bring him back alive.
do? Gives a little nod of her head at that.
Do you remember anything different?
No, just... No, that was what she said. Alright.
I have one concern, though. I mean, given it seems like Rubius was traveling the other way and, looks like he'd be ahead of us, and he makes air quotes. It seems like he's ahead of us, but just to be safe, do we have a plan if we end up actually meeting him there? What if he happened to turn back for whatever reason? And, well...
Sombrero and poncho works every time.
Very good.
Jasker actually chuckles a little bit.
You should begin
Brr.
to think about the message that you can send to Vidalia.
I've already been doing that.
Oh, yes, why don't you ask her what we should do with Rubius now in the room?
Well, that's assuming that that's assuming we're going to openly say, hey, we're assuming that you actually don't want us to actually capture Dave. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, either way, we're sort of putting our trust into her with this plan, aren't we?
We are.
I mean, she did hire us specifically. It sounds like Rubius sort of just inserted himself in. She
That's
could have
right.
asked him straight.
Let's,
Not like that. Not.
anyway, let's...
It's not like he's wrong.
Here's what I'm thinking is I say, hey, court gesture, heading back to Findlefair. Want to know, will he be safe? Will he be safe in terms of not dying?
Or we could just mention, run into Rubius. Do you have anything to say about that?
I feel as though the fact that we haven't even talked to her, the fact of her relationship with him, she'll be like, why the fuck do you know that? And then we'll be like, oh, he told us. And it's,
Very
But we literally just ran into him. It's not like we knew. So
Fine.
Guys, secrets will only ruin things. I think we should be cut and dry with information. The fact is that we need to get around Rubius in order for us to carry out this mission.
Alright, so how about this? Bringing Jester back, afraid Rubius is going to try to kill him. What should we do to avoid that?
Yeah, I mean, it's as you said, Rubius was definitely trying to get rid of him. So that is a direct violation from what Vidalia seems to want. I think you did it well.
Alright, and what's his full name again? Rubius something?
Darlington.
Rubius Darlington. Alright, so just want to make sure we have this worded out correctly. Bring Jester back to Findlefair. Afraid Rubius Darlington might try to kill him. How do we get around him?
Perhaps add whatever you think is necessary on the side.
So you want me to say, found Jester, bringing him back to Findlefair. Afraid Rubius Darlington might try to kill him. How do we get around that? At your discretion.
Yeah, I think so.
cut and dry, and then just depends on what she says after.
Alright, just keep in mind that I can cast a spell and then I can cast it once again to reply to her, and that's it.
We have a day's travel, right? So by the time we get there tomorrow, you could technically still message her then.
Just be ready to improvise.
Nods in agreement to what Jasker said.
Alright, I will start summoning the arcane glyphs around me as I cast Sending, and I will say, found Jester returning to Findlefair. Afraid Rubius Darlington might try to kill him. How do we get around that at your discretion?
Was that actually 20 words?
There's
have
25.
Yeah,
Oh, damn.
And I will also add, also, didn't contact you at night. You're welcome.
Creepy.
No, it's just, every single time we've gotten to fucking call her, it's always been at night, and every single time Vidalia complained. So it's
Like-
the fact that Varric was like petty enough to just be like, and we didn't call you at night, so
be like, hey girl, I know you're sleeping, but
oh my fuck.
I have some tea to spill that you have to hear right now.
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
so I cast that. I say that and send that off to her.
All right. There is a moment's pause before you hear her voice within your head. Bring Damien as he is to Findlefair quickly. Everything will be taken care of. And that's where the message ends.
All right. She said just to bring him as he is and as quickly as possible.
That's it.
That's it. That's all
What
she
about
said.
what about the whole?
Didn't say anything about that. She didn't even say thank you for not contacting me at night.
Does she really seem like the sort to thank you for that?
I would hope she have the manners, yes.
She has priorities, and maybe
She
the
had
manners are-
over 15 words left. She could have spared
Yeah,
2 of them to say
well,
thank you.
unfortunately, the manners weren't part of the priority. It's all right. Just she now knows, and
Fuck her.
she has nothing else to say. So
I am tempted to just let him go right now out of spite.
How about we just go?
Fine.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Damien, come here. I'm gonna put a mustache and sombrero on you.
Didn't she say as is?
I want to put a mustache and sombrero on him. We'll take it
You
off
did-
before we get to Findlefair.
you just
Permission
really
to
want to
smack
use
him.
that.
I just
Permission
want to put a
granted.
mustache on a man, alright?
Varric, you hear a firm thwap at the back of your head.
Does it actually hit?
Fair dodge.
Let me see.
I feel like
Oh,
they should have disadvantage considering I know for a fact that these people have tried to hit me in the past.
They did say it out loud that she was gonna hit him.
That's a no. She rolled 5.
Oh,
They're just like ducks, like he's about to go to like he's doing limbo, and then shoots back up and is like, "I just want to put a mustache on a man. Is that too much to ask for?"
you can put the mustache on yourself, mate.
It's not the same.
Okay, you can put the mustache on me. Fine.
Alexis just looks at her
Done.
mom like it betrayed her.
Also, Alexis, can't touch this.
Wow, sounds like a younger sibling thing.
Let's get moving already.
Tenzin, come here, and I will use my disguise kit to put a mustache on him.
Klaus clasps her on the back before kind of looking towards the new extension of the group. Just for a bit of time. And then just nods at them before moving on.
She'll help with packing up.
How's the mustache look?
Damien refuses.
Dapper.
He's like, he keeps moving his face around.
No, on Tenzing.
Oh. Make a performance check.
Oh my god.
While everyone else is packing up camp.
Tenzing will help pack as soon as this mustache is finished.
17.
It is a pretty good Monopoly mustache.
Yes, I love it.
Tenzing does a little like wiggle of his lip to like make it like, well, how do I?
Like pristine gold.
Amazing. Thanks, mate. He gives him a
That's pretty
pat
good
on the
for you. You should grow that out.
Are you guys going to help with packing?
Wait, hold on, we're coming, we're coming.
Fine.
And so Tenzing trotting in with his new Monopoly mustache. Just fuck. No. Bonjour. He
Zach,
comes
you
in. He,
just like take a picture of Tenzing already existing and just add the mustache.
of course, that is what I'm here for, shit posting.
Thank you.
But
Mike.
You're welcome, my dude. He goes to help out, clean up dishes, put up the walls and stuff. And he looks over at Alexis and Klaus and kind of peering at their expressions, so like to check. So, since last night happened, do you alright with, them?
To be honest, I actually did think that Varric threatening Jaskar was unnecessary. I get a read from him, yes. He can be rather surly, but I don't think he's a bad person. Regardless of how little details I know. So I guess it's still up in the air concerning that, but
I don't think he's a bad person either. Though I suppose that was still a bit of a risk on my part. But hopefully it doesn't bite me in the arse.
What are we talking about? As Varric walks over with his own pristine mustache.
Oh, look, we're twins.
We are twins.
Well, just last night while you were asleep, the point of this conversation is to clear things up from last night, so just making sure that...
Yeah, what the fuck happened last night?
Everything is fine. We've got important priorities right now.
I dare say there's coin to be counted as Varric twirls his mustache.
you
And-
do realize that Darlington saw the both of you. You're only making yourselves more suspicious, right?
I just
We're
let him put
making
him on it.
ourselves look fabulous. Thank you very much.
He just wants to. I let him. Speaking of, how's the poison? You is it
Ah,
is it
yes,
out
you
of the
do not
system?
I'm
What?
alright.
Key works quickly. I'm fine.
Oh, good.
Right. And seeing as they two seem to be alright, he gives them a nod, and then he looks over to Eric and trots over. Hey.
Hey, I'm I'm sorry about last night.
No, it's alright. Just checking. Again, I'm sorry I wasn't able to clarify myself. As you can see, it's very convoluted. But like the rest, you don't seem like a bad person either. So just, I'm glad that you're here to help, regardless. I mean, everybody has their own shit going on with their life, so just, hope we're alright.
Yeah, Eric nods. Yeah, it's I mean, I get it. I understand.
That he gives a smile, one without worry, and he gives a nod. Alright. Thanks, mate. And, well, we're all going to be traveling. Don't know for how long together, but as I said, it seems that the rest review, and he looks over at Neri and Jasker, as well as the others, and I'll extend the invitation to them in a bit. But if all goes well, maybe you could join us. Still.
Yeah, if the group will have me, I'd like to stick around.
Right. It's been a bit... And he purses his lips for a second. Quiet. As we've... as I explained before, we've lost a few. So... I mean, not that all of the others aren't as fun. I mean, I love all of them. Those three... They're really something. But it's... the more the merrier, right?
Yeah, of course. Hey, maybe I can teach you some more card games.
Yeah, I'd love to learn. I'd never really played those things back home and didn't bother much while I was traveling about, so can't guarantee I'll be good at them, but it's something to pass.
Yeah. If you don't mind, I do have a question.
Yeah.
Where did you find her?
Funny enough, in Findlefair. DM, how long has it been now since they've all been traveling together? Like, half. Has it been like now 5 months or like 6 months? Or,
Yeah, at this point, I think.
or 3?
As far as you're aware, 3.
About 3 months in total. We met her as soon as the original group kind of banded together. A little more, like I don't know, like not even a week. So we've been together and through, and you see a bit of a tired, exasperated look. A lot of things within those 3 months. So yeah.
I can imagine.
Oh, come on. Don't worry about it. Go on.
You're good people. You're even Klaus.
It's always been.
I'm gonna have to apologize to him, aren't I?
Probably. Like I said, he looks grumpy. Sometimes he can be, but he is as good of people as the rest of us. So, get to know him. You might be surprised.
I'll keep that in mind.
There's a smile again, and remembering Jasker when he pat his shoulder, kind of got swatted away a bit. So he's about to pat his shoulder, and then he kind of hovers about like 3 inches away from it. It's just like, can I? Are you all right with? And he continues to hover, gesturing.
Yeah, I'm not against it.
All right, good. And then he, in turn, gives him a hearty 2 pats on the shoulder.
So
God, the times I really wish I had message. Ugh.
Listen, my boy is dumb and he's trying. Okay, leave him alone.
as you finish up your conversation, you do hear a yelp of pain off to the side where Varric is, and when you look, you see him trying to draw a mustache on Urkel, and he got bit.
Ow! I'm not trying to draw a mustache on Urkel. I'm trying to put one on his beak.
Either way.
I mean, I know it's gonna look cute and all, but you
But
kind of
think how adorable it would be.
It would be adorable, but also you're just kind of asking to be.
Hold on, help me out with this. You hold him, and I will put a mustache on.
I
I'm
don't want
pretty
to be called.
sure him biting you was a show of the fact that he doesn't want it on his fucking face.
But it'd be adorable. Listen, I grab Urkel. I just
Leave
give
the
him scritchies.
poor bird
I
alone.
give him scritchy. I'm like, listen, this would be amazing. Think about yourself with a mustache.
Varric, you already
Urkel
have one for
Urkel
yourself.
bites your finger again.
No, does he have to roll for attack?
It doesn't hurt, she just bites.
Stop it. Damn it. All right, fine. I won't put a mustache on you.
Come on, mate. Packs up the rest of the stuff and just puts his hands on his hips and just like, well, you're ready to go. 'Cause it's
Also-
work.
Also, for the first time, Urkel's feathers seem to be fluffed by the face, not in a happy manner.
Oh, come on. And I'll give him a scritchy under the beak. I'm like,
Turns its head away.
Oh, you got
hurt.
rejected.
I'm hurt, young man.
Urkel, if you'd like to travel with me for the meantime,
No.
that some air pass on between the
No.
two.
I will give him more
Make
scritchies.
make it animal handling with advantage.
What? Why does he get advantage?
It is looking for the closest source of comfort after being annoyed with you.
I am the closest source of comfort.
Urkel starts kicking about in your arms, Varric.
No, love me. You're my son. I don't have anyone else.
Hops down.
Charade. Nikki,
Hot
you are
charade.
literally you are doing this on purpose.
Friendship with Eric. Klaus is now my new best friend.
This is what happens when you try to draw on your pen.
I'm not drawing on him. I wanted to put a little mustache on him. I mean, like an actual fake mustache.
Let
You
it
don't
go,
like it.
Mother Knuckle.
I was going to just like rest it on his beak.
It's like when you try to put socks on a dog. Like it just doesn't work. They hate it.
Urkel taps its little claw at your leg, Klaus.
You traitor.
He goes ahead and will actually go ahead and instead of quite so much picking up, he actually goes ahead and tries to give him an arm.
Hops on.
You traitor.
Brings it up as though he's holding up an actual bird before he kind of raises the arm closer to his hood.
I need to get an even awesomer pet than you.
Urkel makes like a little squawking sound at you, Varric, and then hops in the Klaus's hood.
You traitor! I am hurt!
The rest of you see a jokingly but like sadistic smile form on Klaus's face.
I wanted to do some. Okay, seriously, as a player, I wanted to do something funny, and this is really actually hurting my feelings.
Top 10
Deserve
anime
it.
betrayal.
Top 10 anime betrayals, yeah.
Fine, Tenzing!
What?
Going to be. Do you mind if I catch a ride on you for today?
Are you calling me your mount?
No, I'm asking if I could catch a ride.
I mean, yeah, you always do.
Thank you. And Varric will hop on and just like pull out a book and just start reading and just be like hiding his tears.
Crossing her arms, Alexis nudges your arm, Klaus, with her elbow, the shit-eating grin on her face, and is just, looks like the poor little guy broke up with him.
Varric snaps his head. He's like, "No, that's still my bird. He can have his hissy fit, but he will be back."
There, mother. It's alright. He'll come back around. And Tenzing looks over to the others and he's just kind of like a loud whisper, "Don't mind him, it's okay, he's just having a little crisis."
Klaus just stares at this show and whatnot.
You know what, Varric? Varric. Oh, what the, whoa. What is that?
Ghosts.
Ghosts! I guess Danny is being haunted, that's fine. But Tenzing looks back at Varric and then he looks at the new members. You know, there's something we haven't heard from you in a while, I've realized. Haven't seen, and the others have not, seen the glory that is your accordion with the magic key.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Give me a moment to collect myself.
I'll say that while this is happening, you guys are moving.
Yes.
No, this entire time we've just been at the same camping spot. 3 days later, we missed the appointment.
3
Varric will
days
pull out his
later.
accordion and just play a stoic tune. And as he does, you see these dragonflies just start, these like gold and silver light dragonflies just start like buzzing around as he plays this epic tune.
You guys do see as Varric is playing these almost like misty, shimmering figures release from his accordion in time with his music, taking on whatever shape it is that is running through Varric's head as he tells this story through his music.
There you go, mate. It feels a little better, right?
Cries while playing accordion.
Oh man.
reason number 3005 why Verica's mom drama.
One eternity later.
Looking at the you knew three, Alexis kind of gives a bit of a grin, pointing towards the accordion. It's just like, that's probably one of my favorite inventions that Binky has given us.
Oh, it is my personal favorite. As Varric's move just takes a complete 180.
Oh
It is
my god.
one of my personal favorites. Although I will say that. Oh, that right. Hold on, and Tenzing will jump off of. Varric will jump off of Tenzing.
Tenzing will jump off a cliff.
Yep. And he will saunter
Skyrim horse.
a good 40 feet, and he will open the purple,
Oh,
the big
no.
bag, and pull
Oh
something out.
no. No, Varric,
Good
You
night.
what?
did it.
Did I?
D100.
53.
Better not be a fucking.
It's a cave dragon.
Reaching in, you feel something kind of smooth and circular. Wrapping your fingers around it, it seems pretty small. You pull it out, and it seems to be a silver ring.
Oh,
What is it?
I got another silver ring!
What does it do?
Can I tell if it's magic?
Don't put it on.
Well, now that you've said that,
Oh no.
Remember what happened with Grimson. Come on now.
can I tell if it's any sort of magical?
Are you going to use Identify?
Yeah, I'll take 10 minutes to cast Identify, sure, why not?
All right,
While
I'll say you're
walking?
doing that on Tenzing's back while you guys are walking.
Oh no, alright, hold on. Give me a moment, and Varric will pocket it, and then pull out the stone and rub that first, before we continue traveling.
Okay.
He has too many things to just like mess with in his free time. This is ridiculous.
He's just a
100.
toddler who's been given many toys.
He's like, okay, take out the bag, pull something out. Okay,
What?
cool, got
Why
that.
did I
Take
play
out,
my accordion again?
take out a stone, rub that.
There we go.
All right. Rubbing your hand over the rock. A sliver of information comes into your mind, and you realize that if you were to throw this rock at someone, and they're not able to escape the magical lock it will hold on their body, it will immobilize them.
Ooh.
Varric, if you explode, you're not allowed to walk on my back.
I'm not going to explode. When have I ever exploded?
Well, there's a reason why you run over 40 feet away from us, so at some point you're going to explode.
I'm not
It's not
going
a
to
matter
explode.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Exactly.
Varric would just go and put the stone back into the bag of holding. Alright, I'm good. And he'll hop back up on Tenzing's back, take the pearl out, and then I ritual cast Identify on the ring.
All right. Also, make sure these things that I tell you, you write them down if it's something that won't wear off.
Okay. Will that effect on the stone wear off ever?
No. Basically, write down that you throw it at a target, and the target has to make a DC 15 strength check to
Okay, so
that becomes immobilized.
Is it like a thrown weapon attack or?
stone,
Yeah.
Cool.
Magic stone, DC. What was it? 15?
15
Con?
strength.
Strength. Save. Or be immobilized?
Yep.
Turn into a chicken.
Alright, and... What, 10 minutes... If 10 minutes go by... What?
It is not magical.
Alright. No, it's just another silver ring. I actually pulled out one of these earlier.
Wait, didn't you identify that axe and you didn't know it was cursed?
That's true, but I'm not sensing any magic on this whatsoever.
Got it.
I guess I'll put on the silver ring. Just because, bling.
Got it. You can write that you've got a silver ring worth 15 gold.
Ring. I love having this bag in stone, by the way. It always makes things interesting.
Enjoy it while you still can.
Right?
Dude, if we ever get enough gold to buy this shit outright, you best well believe I will.
Cries.
And
Alright.
the gold holding dragon has returned.
So as you
What do you
guys
mean the gold hoarding dragon?
as you guys travel along the road, are there any other conversations you guys want me to have before I let you do a bit of a skip to the next watch?
I don't really think so.
Varric will
Eric-
at some point
Eric has
take
one
back
thing to do. Sorry.
What is it? What's Eric gonna do?
Eric is gonna slowly make his way over to Klaus over the course of the walking.
All right.
And he would just clear his throat as he gets them to get his
Klaus.
attention.
Klaus will look over to him with a bit of a quirked eyebrow, but then begins to look back forward.
I think you deserve an apology. And yeah, so that's anyway. I was really rude last night. I mean, I couldn't have guessed the situation you're all in. But I'm sorry, is what I'm trying to say.
Give me a second. I actually have to think. Actually, I would say that while Eric was saying that, Klaus will just very discreetly kind of look over in Alexis's direction.
She doesn't seem to have noticed Eric walking in your direction, but upon feeling some eyes on her, glances your way.
He kind of gives her these eyes of like, I don't know what to do.
Alexis kind of gives like this, I got you, nod of her head.
Oh my
And
god.
quote unquote inconspicuously slows down her walking so she's with you guys.
He will begin to kind of speak where he's just, well, it was late and not all of the information was out on the table. I don't think I could have well, no, I probably could have explained better, but the conditions of mine just waking up was a bit of a stress on the entire conversation. So,
Klaus, you see Alexis mouth the words, I'm sorry too.
he'll kind of take a moment to just lick his lips.
Gives you a little
Kinda.
thumbs up.
Seems to be clearing something at the back of his tooth. Just kind of takes out a little ball of residual meat from the stew and flicks it onto the floor.
Ew.
You weren't looking, so shut up.
Actually, I was about to come back and get my bird.
Go away. Anyways. What I'm trying to say is I am sorry too.
You get two enthusiastic thumbs up from the other side of him.
Oh boy.
Tenzi, who noticed Eric and Klaus kind of together, kind of figures, with their conversation forward. He just internally just waving pom pom.
Could I ask you a question?
Sure.
Each time, whether it be, and you don't have to answer, but each time when it came to slavery or wrong justices, you reacted rather strongly. Why is that? When you were arguing, it came off as though the conversation wasn't happening here and then. It felt like more.
That's a long story.
What was his answer? Sorry, or what he said?
He said, that's a long story.
That's fine. Does not have to be told now. I was just curious. But, he kind of like, for a moment, a period of long, uncomfortable silence kind of falls on him. Damn it. He just kind of quietly brings up, but, yeah. And with a hearty, not hard, but just a hearty clasp on the shoulder, a clap on the shoulder, he just kind of begins to pick up his pace. Alexis would recognize the look on his face as constipated embarrassment.
Alexis walks on over to you and gives you a little nudge and a big grin on her face. You did good.
It's like when you bump into him, he kind of bumps into you a little bit slightly as well, and that never gets easy.
It really doesn't, but it helps.
Hey, Klaus!
Hmm.
Can I see Urkel?
I don't know, Varric. Does Urkel want to see you?
I don't know.
Looks over back behind his head.
Varric, make an animal handling check.
Come on, why do you ask me to do this? You know I'm bad at these.
I believe in you.
Can I inspire myself?
Make your animal handling check.
Ah!
Whoa!
Alright, you see at the call of his name, Urkel's head pops up from your hood.
Alright, little guy, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I won't try to put a mustache on you again. Come here.
Very, very quietly before he jumps off, he just quietly says, "Don't worry, Urkel. Run back to him. Rebounds aren't exactly healthy anyways."
Wow.
Because Varric is still on Tenzing's back, I'm assuming? Is he?
Yeah.
Or did
Yeah.
he jump off?
Also,
Okay,
Klaus, you
so-
get an eager lick to your cheek before Urkel's set down.
Tenzing is holding in a cackle.
A smile threatens to come in, but he just
Two.
keeps it straight. Keeps it.
Anyway. Nah, we'll just pick up Urkel and just go, I'm sorry, okay? I won't try to do that again.
Urkel wiggles around in your grass, its little feathered tail flail.
Alright, and Varric will just kind of put him up on his shoulders.
You know,
Alright.
maybe it could be a joint custody. You know, sometimes, sometimes Dad can have
Nope.
time with his
Nope.
little son,
Nope.
and then you mostly have him.
Nope. He is my son. He is my sunshine, my darling boy.
Alexis rolls her eyes and continues walking.
That's why I'm reading this book. And
So does
Varric will-
Jasker.
And
Alright.
Varric will like put Urkel down on his chest and kind of like pet him as he's reading.
Alright. So you guys continue your journey, making your way down the main road. For those of you with the original group, it's definitely a bit tiring without having your horses to quicken the journey, but you make do as you go along.
I don't know what y'all talking about. I feel comfortable as all fuck.
Tenzing bucks off Varric. No, I'm kidding.
He may or may not give a little, just the tiniest.
I never said that out loud.
eventually you guys reach a spot where you believe camping would be great, as the sun has begun to set. It's up to you if you guys want to continue moving through the night or set up for camp.
Let's set up for camp. Also, how many hours did I get a chance to read that book?
You got to hold on, math. I'd say you got about 10 hours.
10 hours? Alright. Being like 12 hours into this book now, how far in am I?
You feel like you got just a couple more hours of reading to do.
Alrighty then. Oh, this is a much quicker read than I thought it was going to be. Did you know, by the way, that apparently griffins are very much known to eat horses?
Sweats.
Alright, so you guys are gonna set down for camp?
Yes, I believe so.
That's fine.
So, how do we want to handle watches?
Klaus will bring together the original group again. Not particularly far away from the others, but he just kind of quickly says between them, same plan as before.
Sure, I like Mary.
Like anyone.
I was thinking that perhaps we could change our marks a little bit more.
I think that might be a good idea. We don't want Jaska to think we're purposely singling him out.
And honestly, I want to get to know the rest.
He seems to think higher. He seems to think highly of you, Tenzing, and kind of looks over in Mary's direction.
Does he?
I don't know, me and Mary have gotten to be pretty good friends. I wouldn't mind talking to them some more.
Yeah, then do it during the day. I'm just saying that as far as it goes for getting to know them, it would be best if we cycled.
I'll be honest, mate. I've been a little curious about him, so
Alright.
if you don't mind.
I suppose I'll take a watch with Eric. Oh, Varric and Eric taking a watch. That'll be so much fun.
But that
Klaus and
still
I
leaves
sort of yeah, we need to switch off of Jaska.
Yeah, can't he just take like a nap throughout the night?
He and I kind of got into a bit of an argument, and I'm afraid that he might still kind of hold things against me. So I think it would be best if maybe he were to get some air, so to speak.
Yes, but I don't believe he would be fond of me either.
Why is that?
Well, you heard him earlier today. When I told him that if he ever spoke a word of this, I would make sure that I would hunt him down.
Yeah, he didn't react to that all too well.
And if anything, if you two get to know each other, maybe a bit of that animosity might, and he does a little gesture of his fingers wiggling up into the air, fade off a little bit. Everyone here, including us, we all have our traumas and problems, things of the past. And clearly, it looks like he has his own as well. Maybe try to get to know him.
Plus, Varric, you are... He gets that same kind of constipated look on his face a bit. I think kind of conks out the words.
Just say it.
You are, admittedly, rather amicable. So, I don't think you would have much of a difficulty talking to him.
Alright. Varric would know what that word means, but me, I don't have. Me being dumb, me don't know words.
Amicable means friendly.
Okay.
Friendly, approachable.
I also thought he was going to draw the small card.
Admittedly, you guys are both, really small.
You can see eye to eye.
Exactly.
You'd be surprised. So far, the only people who have been racist in this party have been Varric and
What have
Jack.
I been racist?
The multiple jokes towards Tenzing.
Can you really be racist against the oppressors, though?
God.
That's a very good point.
You'd say that, but is that true?
It's a two-way street, my dudes.
That's it. It's an actual.
Continuing
discussion.
on.
I suppose he and I could take a swatch together.
You're a bundle of joy, mate. I'm sure you two will get along.
Yeah.
All right, I guess that's all set.
And Tenzing will look over to Neri. Neri! Neri! Danny?
Uh-huh.
Oh, hi. Yeah, he calls over to him.
Hey.
Hey, you want to take a watch with me?
Oh. Sure. Of course. No problem.
Alright, cool. Which one you want to do? We're gonna do 3 of them, right? 3 of them, yeah.
I usually like to take the first one, if it's all the same to you two.
Or it's okay.
Who wants to and he'll say this kind of in dissonance. It's just like, who wants to be around Damien for this? Guess it could be you and I, Alexis. He seems to be what? It would be me, you, Eric,
Suppose
and
we could technically just let him sleep the whole night away.
Yeah, I don't know why you would insist on keeping him up.
the only reason why is because I know that we have to keep a good eye out for Dallington. The more eyes, the better.
That's
Well,
fair.
I mean,
would
we
have
keep a fair bit off the road. I doubt he'd come and find us.
I know, but just in the off chance that he manages to, I would feel a lot better if we had all eyes around than one pair missing.
All right.
Very well.
Oh, Klaus, before the watches start, are we also going to kind of glances off to the a bit of a clearing area in the back at him?
Yeah.
All right, cool.
You two have fun with your training.
He just nods at that.
Jaska,
Hi.
you're with me on watch.
All right. He gets up and kind of walks over and pulls out his pipe and his wood that he's been carving, and just kind of does what he did last time, and just kind of starts smoking the pipe and starts carving his wood.
Yeah, you got a little while yet. We're not setting up. We're not taking watch just yet, but
Well then,
we're taking
Okay.
first watch. It's just we're gonna set up camp first.
gotcha.
So, oh, go ahead.
At that, Tenzing looks over at Alexis again and kind of twiddling his thumbs. And given they're still setting up camp and they're not doing watches yet, kind of glances her way, sees as she knows.
Catches your eye.
He does, he kind of mounts, ketchup.
Oh, sure. Hitting her, setting down her setup, finishing up real quick, she walks on up to you. What's up?
He rubs his neck and walks just a little ways away, and he rubbing his head, just like I to be honest, I don't know how to start this, but just this I guess it's been kind of hard to catch you lately. I just want to see how you were doing, especially since cutting your hair and all that happening.
Kind of gives a little curious tilt of her head. It's just like, funny enough, Varric asked me the same question just this morning. Do I seem like I'm not doing okay?
No, actually, quite the contrary. You seem to be doing great. I just, you made a big decision, and after the wyvern, you had some sort of look on your face, and well, I wanted to see if you had any thoughts you wanted to talk about. Just
Look on my face. Oh, that. Oh, that.
Yeah. You were, doing the whole 1,000-yard stare, and we were on the move and everything. I mean, it seems that you cleared it out, but just want to make sure you're right.
Yes, I'm all right. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to worry you. Honestly, that was just because I was really confused, is all.
I'm confused.
Yes, what Klaus said, about the reasoning for throwing the dagger, that dagger of his, it confused me.
Oh, the really shiny one, right? And Tenzing sits down so that he's actually more eye level with her instead of towering over.
She glances over towards where Klaus is working and down towards the specific dagger that she's talking about, then back at Tenzing with a small nod.
Just resting at his hip.
Yes, I was just... It's clearly very important to him, so I was having a hard time understanding why he would throw it to help me.
He tilts his head at that. And he scratches his head. Is it really that surprising?
It gives a little shrug and rubs the back of her neck.
Saying it out loud sounds a little silly, but at the time, I really was just very confused.
He stares at her for a moment, and it takes him a moment because for him, it seemed like something that seemed so obvious, but remembering that someone else that he's talked to before, I wonder who, had a similar problem where things were right before him, but didn't quite see it. He gives a not of understanding, but a look of sadness. Just you are worth that much. You know that, right?
Gives a little half
Again, I was much more confused then, but talking it out helped clarify a bit more, so...
Then he looks at the shrug and doesn't... He that she gives a shrug rather than a full answer, and looks at her again with a furrowed brow. Alexis. You are worth that much and so much more. And I know it's, well, I can only imagine that it's hard to see that now, given everything, but you are worth it.
Yeah. I'm still sort of wrapping my head around it. One thing to say it and then another to believe it, you know?
I won't force you to say it or anything. The whole It's weird because sometimes fake it till you make it. It feels. Sometimes it works, but it could also sometimes not be helpful. You know, just like Eric, just like Klaus, I'll be here to continue to remind you until then. No, figuring things out. And sometimes when you're in your head long enough, sometimes it's cloudy. So until then, until you believe it yourself, and even afterwards, I'll be here to remind you that you're worth it. You're worth every saving. You're worth every dagger thrown. And I know that I am not the best at showing it, but hoping that, in time maybe I could help you see. But of course that's something for you to do in the end, but... and he's struggling with words. And he scratches his head, but there's resolve to his expression. And he just says it again, I'm here.
A bit of a torn look comes to her face at those words. And she kind of glances in the direction of where everyone's packing up again. More specifically, where Klaus is packing, and then back towards Tenzing again with this very torn look on her face, like she's not sure whether to say something. And then, seeming to swallow past some kind of lump in her throat or something, she fiddles with her thumbs and looks off to the side. What's the difference between now and before?
What do you mean?
She very much has a look on her face like she's not sure if she should continue.
He sits there patiently, watching her.
Given
And,
the nature... Go ahead.
He sits there and waits patiently, and there's no pressure behind his gaze, but he tilts his head down a little bit in encouragement, assuring that she can say, and he won't judge.
Given the nature of the conversation, I would say that Klaus had been watching from afar. Not able to hear, per se, but just watching. But kind of seeing the faces from afar, Klaus will kind of try to move his head a little bit to catch her attention.
Okay. Every so often her gaze kind of does flicker over with this specific topic of conversation.
You would specifically watch as he mouths, "Are you okay?"
Gives a bit of a strained smile and nod.
Do you want me to come over there?
Kind of mouths the words, "I've got this," I think.
He nods before returning back to stoking the fire.
Turning her attention back to you, Tenzing, she again takes a slow deep. You say that, how I should sort of believe that I have importance, and believe that I'm worth it, and
all this sort of thing. And it is something that I'm working on myself. But I have a bit of a hard time believing it from you. It kind of winces as she says that.
He has a look of concern and confusion, but he's not angry by it. And gives a nod. It's alright. But, forgive me for being ignorant. But if you don't mind explaining, so I can better myself for the sake.
During 3 months that we've been traveling together, your actions haven't exactly matched up with your words until more recently, at least. I don't want to take up a ton of time, so I'll just speak more of the first two that keep nagging at the back of my mind. I sort of insisted on myself to not bring it up and just keep it down, because that's the past. No need to worry over the past. But just because the scar has healed does not mean it didn't hurt when it happened. So first and foremost, when you all found me in the city, all of you were talking about what to do with me, like I was a lost puppy, rather than a person looking for my opinion on the matter. Not so much that I mean, yes, it did bother me, but not so much as your suggestion on what to do with me. That hurt the most, in terms of handing me off to a guard, where it is common knowledge I would have been handed back to whoever, she puts up air quotes with a wince, owned me. And then, with that business in Glucksburg, waking up in the arms of a stranger that we know is sketchy as all hell, and for all we know would have sold me off for coin, and not seeing any of you anywhere, that was terrifying. But I didn't want to believe it. I believed that he must have taken me from the lot of you while I was unconscious. I thought there had to have been some sort of reasoning. And then, when we all met up in the town again, and the lot of you told me that you had willingly given me over to that was pretty rough. So it's sort of why I have a bit of difficulty believing what I'm hearing. I really want to, I do. But that sort of stuff really did not make me feel as if I was worth much.
While listening, he stayed quiet, not interrupting, keeping contact with her and watching her faces. And as she listed those things out, his brows furrowed, and slowly he closes his eyes the further she lists things off. And a look of frustration washes over his face, and not at her, but clearly at himself, and he lets out a heavy sigh. No, you're right. Looking back on those things and the things we've did in the past, they hurt you. And yeah, they were extremely stupid decisions, and as much as we tried to be considerate, and he puts air quotes, well, we were trying to be considerate, but in all the wrong ways. We weren't thinking. We didn't strategize properly. And like you said, we went, and well, I wasn't treating you properly like a person who clearly is an adult and can think for herself, has her own thoughts, and just at the time couldn't verbalize it. He lets out a sigh. He opens up his eyes again and looks at her. Alexis, I am so sorry. I'm sorry for the things that I did. I'm sorry for the actions that I took that were inaction. And yes, I'll admit, I didn't think about it much at first, but after the haunted house, my eyes opened. And from there, I really started to see you more as who you really were. And it's no excuse for the fact that I'd been traveling around alone for all these years and then suddenly being with a group, having to consider others more. It doesn't condone what I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I hurt you and made you think of yourself less, but I promise you that wasn't my intention. But either way, as of now, what's changed, you asked about what's changed, is that I'm thinking a little more clearly now. And I'm learning to become more considerate of others and really think, given I'm working on it, and I'm most likely to make more mistakes over time. But I do mean it when I say that you are worth, and that's how I see you. And I hope that in time, that my actions now will make up for the things I've done in the past too. And it's not going to erase what I did. It's not, like you said, it's a scar, but it's still a reminder. It's not going to erase what I did, but I hope that as of now, I'm working to do better and to make sure that you do see that you are worth. I told this to Klaus, and I'll tell this to you. I take people as they are, and the more I take in the real Alexis, well, I mean, not that you were fake in the past or anything, I mean, you've always been you. I've just, now with a clear mindset, I'm taking in all of you, not just bits and pieces, and this is what I see. And I'm not going to I'm not going to beg for your forgiveness, because that's something that's up to you. When you apologize, you're there to put out your feelings, not to look for forgiveness. So, if you don't forgive me, and you can see it pains him to say this. If you don't, I will understand, because you've been through a lot, Les. You've been through a lot. But I hope that you feel that I truly, sincerely apologize for the things that I've done, and I will do my absolute dumbest best to do better.
She gives a small nod of her head. Her gaze is still kind of off to the side, though, while listening, but still listening to you. And she kind of is just like, honestly, every fiber of my being is telling me to just forgive and forget and move on and keep going as if everything is perfectly well. But due to a conversation that I've had, I realized that I need to learn to be fair to myself. So, as of this current moment, I can't, as much as I want to, I can't let myself just easily accept the apology. I only recently came to terms with the fact that I've been shoving all of this down because I figured that was normal. That's what friends do. Forgive and forget for any discrepancies.
He shakes his head at that, but lets her continue.
But I can't do that. So,
He nods.
For now, I think I just need some time. I'm of course not going to stop being your friend, but I can't exactly. She kind of ruffles her hand through her hair. Can't exactly say that I can fully put my trust into you yet. So I'll need time with that.
He nods, in understanding. Sadness and solemnness on his face, but despite that, he gives a smile. It's like, it's all right, Les. Understand. And I don't expect anything from you. I wanted to just let you know what my feelings were, and you can take all the time that you need. There's absolutely no rush. And I'm proud of you. You've come a long way, and you've opened up more. And even if it's not with me, that's all right. I'm glad that you found somebody you can do that with, because saying this from experience, that bottling up is really not fun at all.
Yeah,
It's not healthy,
Really
but
sucks.
it sucks. I don't remember if I mentioned this to you, but I used to be a pretty big grump traveling alone back then, and I didn't really want to bother opening up to anyone else, but learned to do that, learned to get rid of that habit early. It doesn't, and he scrunches up his face as he's trying to find the right words. It doesn't get easier from here, but it gets just a bit smoother the more you practice it, I guess.
Nods her
But
head.
sorry, what?
She nods her head. I'm glad you were at least able to open up to everyone eventually. Kovacs and Barrick and a lot of them.
And I'm glad that you're starting to let that go as well. Because it eats you up. Speaking of opening up less, if you don't mind, and I think that the others would appreciate this too, and it's not really just for us, it's really to help you in your case. If you have a problem with us, or if we did something wrong, if we did something to hurt you, do tell us, so we can figure it out together. We do care for you, and we want you to be happy. But it's hard to improve on this lack of trust if we don't know if we did something wrong. If that's all right.
She gives a nod of her head.
And again, I don't expect you to I won't force you to do anything, of course, and if you're still not comfortable with that, it's all right. I just hope that in time that we could work on this together. And he fiddles with something in his pocket. A familiar little hammer that's in there. A mini one. I consider you part of a family. And you don't have to consider the same with me. But your well-being still matters to me. Even if I wasn't that considerate back then about it. The decisions that I've made. But regardless, I still see you as someone important. And if helping your well-being means knowing that I've made a mistake, just like have you explained to me now, then no.
She gives another small nod of her head and finally looks you in the eye, and there's kind of like a mixture of like a sad but also apologetic smile on her face. Like I said, I'll need some time before I can believe, if that's all right.
Of course. While we're on the topic, is there anything else that you wanted to spill out, or if there's something you would like for me to do for you, if there's something I should be watchful of, anything else that will make you worry or feel hurt. Or just anything.
She shakes her head. Again, just some time.
He nods his head. Or less.
Was there anything else you wanted to talk about? Got to sort of get back to setting up camp.
Well, glad that you still want to be my friend. And he gives a small smile. And, I mean, I'd like to give you a hug. If you're alright with that, if you want it. And understand it if you don't. But just know, like, if you know you want. This is serious topic.
Again, kind of gives like an apologetic, more of an apologetic. I sort of came to all this realization literally only the day before, so I need a little bit of time with that too.
Space. I understand. Down the line, I do want to show you something. You're probably not ready for it, maybe. It's not a hug, but it's, a greeting.
A greeting.
If you don't mind, if you want to learn it now, I can show you, just to kind of further express how I feel about you. It does require some bits of
What is it?
physical contact. But all right. He stands up, and she might be familiar with this, given the last time he showed it. High perception and all. But he stands up, and he gives a small huff. Right. Well, back home, there's this greeting. And he puts out his hand. That looks like a handshake. And he waits for her to take it.
Her eyes widen a little in recognition. Oh, that. She copies exactly what she had seen you guys do.
Oh, you recognize it. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I was pretending to be asleep towards the earlier part of your conversation.
You always did have a good ear. Well, regardless, I will explain it to you to further reiterate how I feel. And even that he doesn't have to show her the proper motion of their hands, has her follow through with the arm wrestle position.
She follows along.
And he puts his forehead down to their joined knuckles.
She does the same.
Well, as I explained to him, and I will explain to you too, this is a greeting that is meant to put each person on equal. It doesn't matter if you are a neighbor that I don't like. It does not matter if you are an elder or a child. But when we put our foreheads here and hold our fists together, it is a sign that we are the same. And that I see you as I see myself. Equal.
Equal.
Yes.
It was a small nod of her head.
And it's mutual. You see, we are doing the same thing. And then he pulls his head away. And there's also the other version. And he lets go of her hand with a smile, taps his forehead with his forefingers, and extends that same hand out in form of fist that is facing her. When you're far away, or maybe you're just shorter. Maybe greet Varric and I can't reach him for whatever reason, then it is me acknowledging you. And in me taking my fist, that I take your acknowledgement. Yours from afar to me. Even if we are far away, you are then still equal. And even afterwards. And that's how I see you. And I know that it's going to take time before you believe it. And that's all right.
She looks off to the side and nods her head. And then slowly lets go. Alright. Let's get back to the camp. Got a bit of a journey still.
He nods again. And stays quiet for a moment, watching. He kind of glances back at the others and nods. Yeah. But, thank you for staying here with us and talking to me. And even though you're not ready and comfortable and had all these feelings, you still decided to be my friend regardless. I'm happy about that, so thank you.
Gives another nod of her head.
And I hope that you find what you're looking for.
Lifting her hand, she kind of unclenches her fist and looks at her palm. A bit of a more genuine smile coming to her face. Yeah. I think I'm getting there.
He gives us one more smile at that. I'm always open to talk. And if something's bothering you again, you're more than welcome to let me know. Anything that's bothering you. And I'm here.
All right. Night, Tenzing.
Good night, Alexis. It starts to head back. And I think Danny asked if Neri and Tenzing could be first watch.
Yeah.
So Danny can go to bed.
Yeah.
But before that,
Right.
can I? Sorry, what?
Go ahead.
Oh no,
No, go
it's just after their conversation, Klaus would have given them both a nod of acknowledgement. But he would just return to what he's doing. But yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, before we go to Tenzing and Neri, if it's okay with our lovely DM, I would like to grab Alexis for a short talk. Is that okay?
Sure. You see Tenzing walk away from where him and Alexis had stood off to the side. Alexis kind of still lingering there.
Cool. While the boyfriend, aka Dad Cloud, is away, aka the wolf, is away from Little Red Riding Hood. Not that I'm evil or anything, right? Neri's going to walk over to Alexis, and you look at him, and he looks different in like attitude. He looks very calm and confident, and he's not stuttering at all. And he sits next to her and says, "Am I interrupting something?"
She kind of startles a bit at your sudden appearance. Momentary flicker of like a bit of a sad look on her face, like turning into surprise as she looks at you. Sure.
Are you okay?
Yes, I'm fine. Did you need something?
Something you mentioned earlier. I know a little bit about what it feels like now to be your own person. Not in the way you do. It's different. Like, and you said something when you were talking to the group earlier. You can run from your past, you know? It's not impossible. You cannot run from it forever. It will catch up to you. Your master will find you. It tends to find all of us. But
She seems to
Can run from
bristle
it.
a little at that. I don't have a master.
don't
I'm not a
anymore.
slave.
You're not. Agree? Saying run from it for now. And when you do find it, which you will, your destiny will come to you, and you can face it on your own terms when you are ready. And with the people you've gathered, I see. And he looks back to Klaus. He's like, you have good people around you. You do face him or them. I don't know who they were. Do it on your own terms. You will be fine. And he stands up and walks away.
Wait. She takes hold of your sleeve before you can walk away to stop, and then stands up. Why are you so scared of him?
You're not the only one running away from something.
But why are you running away from him? She gestures over to Klaus.
Why are you?
Repeat that? Can you say that again? I didn't hear.
Why are you running away from something?
I'm not running away from anything. I was before, but I've cut that part of me away.
Is it that you're doing now, then?
What do you mean?
What?
What do you mean?
You're not running away. Why are you with this group?
Because this is where I literally have nowhere else to go. And I'm happy here.
He smiles a little bit, and he's like, that's good. It's, you know, our past have a tendency to catch up to us.
You still didn't
You-
answer my question, though.
Why am I running away?
No, why are you scared of him? Him, specifically, and gestures again to Klaus.
We have a history, this person and I. Not a long one, but we do. And
You know Klaus?
house. Oh, I'm talking. And he looks really flustered, like he was talking about his own shit, not Klaus at all. He's he's not very nice.
Oh, he's plenty nice. You just got to look past the bear face. Under that growling, roaring bear face is just a sweet little teddy.
In the distance, you see what seems to be Klaus taking one of his blades, the ornate dagger, and is just quietly shaving at the bottom part of his chin. But he accidentally cuts himself, and then in the distance, you just hear, "No! Malaka! Fuck! Fuck!"
You need a hand there, mate.
You see him pierce a tree with his fist before he looks over at Varric and is like, "I'm
Do
fine."
you want,
Alexis
do you want,
is
Gives him
You want me
pats
to-
on the back.
do you want me to heal you?
Alexis's grin just grows more as she looks at Neri.
Complete teddy bear.
Oh, goodness me.
Sorry, what was it?
Complete teddy bear. Nothing to be scared
Right.
of.
Smiles and sits down next to her, and he's like, "Okay, listen, he's terrifying, but
Oh, no.
bad person."
Yes, exactly. Not a bad person.
It's never quite so easy, you know. Good and bad. Can be good to you, to your group. You never know.
He's good to strangers, too. Not friendly, but good.
And he looks like he doesn't fully believe her, but he smiles. And he's like, "We'll see. It's been a day, so we'll see."
That's fair. Alright.
What I'm saying is, sorry, what?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the audio cut off.
Oh, you're good.
Okay, good. All I'm saying, Alexis, is glad you're happy here with your friends, and I know this is not easy, but we'll have to face your past. That's how fate works. When you do it on your terms. Run from it. And then face it. And I will be there to help you.
Her smile kind of drops at that, her brow furrowing a bit. And she looks off to the side, momentarily looking a little worried, but then shakes her head, giving just kind of a small laugh to herself. No point preparing for a shark when it could just be a fish.
Indeed. Good
Gives
night.
you,
Okay.
yeah, she gives you another smile. Have a good night.
Tense up and goes over to Tenzing.
Tenzing is patting Klaus's chin, just like there, with a cloth or something to blot out the.
Seriously, I could just heal you. It's
Ah,
not
fuck
that,
off, Varric. I'm fine.
It's not that difficult.
Klaus, it's just a little cut. He can do it, or you're going to be sleeping overnight.
Takes your wrist and reveals it, and you see there's a fucking slab of skin missing.
Oh my
Oh god.
We'll just cast a healing word and just say, "You're fine, shape up."
Klaus is gonna put his hands on Klaus's shoulders and hold him there.
He like looks like he's reaching out for Varric, but then he just kind of grumbles and just lets it happen.
No, it's
Get
fine,
8
it's
points of
fine.
healing.
Thank you.
See, that wasn't so bad.
Seriously, I've healed you a dozen times or so. It's not like I bite.
It's. He looks like he was about to protest, but he just kind of shuts up and then looks off over towards Neri, who is approaching Tenzing.
Tenzing also looks in Neri's direction and is just like, "Oh, is it time?"
Do you need help with that? Faust?
No. That fucking gnome, and stares at Varric, seemingly already got it.
You know, I could. You know, next time we're in battle, I could just leave you to bleed on the floor.
Touche.
Klaus, when you look towards Neri again, you'll see over his shoulder, a little ways off in the distance, Alexis looking at you, pointing at Neri, and then mouthing the words, "Be nice."
Klaus catches the look, and nearly, he rolls his eyes, but he keeps it straight. But if you insist.
That's good, man.
Seriously, how did you fuck up shaving that bad?
He kind of raises his hand, and on his wrist, there's still just a tinge of black.
Oh, baby. Neri kneels in front.
Poison.
Yeah. Neri
What did
kneels
you
in
do?
front of him and
Sorry.
goes like, sorry,
No, go
reaches
ahead.
out to
I'm
touch
dumb.
him, but okay, remembering don't touch people, and he'll cast what do I have? What do I have? Do I have healing word today? Yes, I do.
I will let you know that Klaus actually does not seem to be before he was threatened by your approach. Now he does not seem.
But this is Neri we're talking about, my dude.
I know. I was just making sure that's known.
He will not touch the Wolfman. This is scary. And he'll cast Healing Word
You know, he's not gonna bite your hand.
at second level. Yes, indeed.
I feel like in this case, I don't know why, but in my head, I see Varric's healing as kind of a warmth, but Neri's is kind of like a soothing cold. So he just kind of visibly relaxes a little bit at that before lifting the rag / Tenzing's wrist and just kind of covering and looking directly at Neri. He looks back at Alexis and then looks back at Neri. Thanks.
Get a thumbs up.
Neri smiles and says, "You know, I don't blame you. I've never shaved." And he points to his clean face. So I wouldn't know.
Seriously, how old are you?
Lucky you, you don't have to.
31.
For a split second, while looking at Neri, his eyes slowly furrow with suspicion, but he instead looks off over towards Tenzing in between the both of them. Oh, well, your first watch, so
You're alright now, you're not bleeding.
yeah, I'm fine.
Looks, tilts head under to try to look under his chin.
It's fine now.
Alright. Just, if you need help with that, your hands are still...
I should be better by tomorrow or the day after. I should be fine.
Right.
You know, you could just let it grow out a little bit. I think you'd look rather charming with a beard.
He just looks over at Varric and squints at him.
Merrick's still wearing his fake mustache.
Oh yeah, Tenzing's just like, wait, speaking of, and he pats his own face. Can you take this off already?
Yeah,
I've
trolling
been,
down.
I've been walking around with this, and oh god, I just realized I had a conversation with this thing on. He's had it all day.
Here, lean down.
Leans over.
Merrick would just grab the mustache and just yank it off!
Ah! Fuck! Mate, why?
Because it's like a band-aid. You just gotta tear it off. This is gonna hurt like a bitch when it comes off.
Klaus kind of looks at Tenzing with like a bit of like emergence in his eyes, and he just flips over the rag that he just used on him. So it's kind of presses it to Tenzing's mouth, like, "You're going to need this."
You know what? Maybe I might just shave my face off tomorrow too. Fuck that. Did any of it come off? And he just kind of moves the rag a little bit to show like his actual mustache, like kind of ripped.
Yeah, Klaus just kind of winces at him, like he does his best to not show.
Okay, it's it.
No, it should be fine. I did it in such a way that it doesn't actually pull off your mustache. You see, you lost only 3 hairs. As he holds up the fake mustache. See? You're good.
Eric, that mustache is the same color as my hair. I cannot. And from the looks of Klaus's face, something has ripped off, so I'm shaving this tomorrow.
No, it's fine. DM, how much hair did I actually pull off there?
Plucked out 4 or 5 hairs.
Yeah,
These are the pressing questions.
Yeah.
Either way.
Move things along.
Varric pulls out a little mirror from his disguise kit. It's like, see, you're good.
Do remember, we do have to get to the first watch, so Danny can go to bed.
Yeah, I'm gonna... He just takes the rag, gives him thanks, and like goes to ruffle his hair, and then ruffle Varric's twice as hard.
Ow.
And then...
Wait, ruffle whose hair?
Klaus's hair.
Klaus
He can stop him.
Yeah, he will.
Yes. Oh,
Athletic checks.
God. Oh no. Fuck!
With the might of 1,000 men believing no one gets to touch the dew, you manage to smack away Tenzing's
Varric will try
might
to...
of
He catches
1,000
your
men.
hand, and a little snarl comes out of his mouth.
Varric will also attempt to resist getting a noogie.
Tenzing like kind of blinks at him for a second, just right, not allowed to touch people without asking. Sorry. And he kind of gives a cheeky smile, just like, oops.
Varric will attempt to not get noogied as well.
He doesn't glare, but he squints at him.
I love how
That's a check.
Tenzing's just like, tee boundaries.
Yeah,
Should I do
that's-
another
that's
athletics against Varric before I head off to...
Yep.
Oh, God!
It's literally impossible for me to win.
I will pet you. You cannot resist.
Me trying to reach over from the passenger seat, put down the gas pedal. Alright, Tenzing, you managed to ruffle Varric's hair.
Ah! Why?
And as you guys finish your bickering and what a continuous child play, eventually you guys finish up with you setting up the camp. Klaus and Alexis momentarily disappearing off for a bit for whatever it is that they are up to, and then soon returning and settling to bed for the first watch to happen.
Tenzing finds what does their surroundings look like right now? Actually, are they like by a forest? Are they in an open grass field?
You are in sort of. You can see the main road, just a number of feet away, split between a couple of different trees. It's not a very big forest. It's just you can see the entryway and exitway from both ends of the road. But there's a number of trees around you guys.
Okay. Well, lean over to a tree and get comfortable and letting down his hair and whatnot from his.
Don't care. Sorry, he doesn't say it, but I'm like, ooh.
L'Oreal Paris.
Yeah, dude. Neri would just sit down next to him quietly.
Smiles at him. So? We've had a long day.
We have. It's been interesting. Your friends are interesting.
Interesting. Good lot. Good people. Yeah.
I see. I think. I hope.
You hope?
I've had a bad run with adventuring parties in the past.
Have you,
So,
is this not the first group that you've been with?
not the first group I've encountered. The only, I mean, I haven't joined really, but I haven't hung out with any adventuring group before. And he puts up his hand, and you see it's like his whole arm is completely burned, like badly burned, and he's like, yeah, shit happens, kind of.
He does makes a face, a little bit of a wince at that. Ooh. So you really meant run in with other groups?
It was an accident. Just wrong place, wrong time.
If you don't mind me asking, how did that happen? I mean, that's a pretty big scar there. I mean, it looks like it runs up.
Yes, they were attacking someone else. I just blocked a firebolt, fire something. Be on the way.
Tenzing
Big
makes
story.
a face. Oh, sorry, continue.
Wait, what?
I interrupted you as you were finished.
No, it's okay, it's okay. It was over. Ouch. Fuck.
You good? Yeah. He at the mention of Fireball, he makes a face and has little war flashbacks. Just a little context. Their last mission, they got fireballed. It wasn't fun. But yeah,
Tell him that later.
we'll explain that later. But yeah, he makes a face that says clearly he does not like Fireball. But he says, "Ooh, wow. I mean, I commend you for putting yourself out there, literally."
I didn't truly, but it doesn't matter. It's not important. Just an accident, really.
If you say so. I've actually been curious about you. You said you're from the mountains. You're from the north, was it?
Yes, Cow's Cove, all the way up north.
Cow's Cove. DM, remind me, is that common knowledge? Cow's Cove, like it's known, but like you can't see it, right?
Yeah, you can't enter the building unless you have very high access.
Cow's Cove. Were you part of the cove or just around it?
Oh, no. I mean, it was nearby. It was on the way. It's a small town on the way.
Ah, I didn't know there was town around the area. I mean, I knew towns by the mountains, but not that close there, considering, well, it's a
Not
big foreboding.
that close, but it's on the way. It's the easiest way to explain where it is.
Right on the left or right side of.
What?
Right on the left or the right side of the cove, like which.
It's on the right.
It's hard to really say
There's-
left or right. It's more saying south.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like
yeah.
Hell's Cove is like on the tip of like one of the highest mountains.
Okay.
So way down, like near the main road, like the path that goes from the Empire all the way up.
All right, I see. I've traveled back and forth a bit, just a little past Vindelfair and in between that and Bloxburg, so maybe I just didn't notice before. It's interesting. I just mentioned because I'm also from a rather mountainous area, so I just thought that was interesting. You know, little extra points of.
You mentioned, you are not from the north, right?
He makes a weird face. That technically I am. If geographically speaking, I'm from the north. Yes.
Said an island, right?
Northwest. Actually, it's pretty much just right above Vatal, a little bit past that.
Huh. I've never been there.
Yeah. Most people haven't, unless you're merchants of sorts.
What's the plan now? After you deliver your friend.
Michael, remind me again what Varric had mentioned before. We were going to do something after.
Take a week-long vacation first off.
Yeah.
Okay, and then we weren't heading to Battledore, but we were doing something else, was it?
We were going to try a couple things. First, we were going to see if we could get some charged Liberthium to help our middle friend.
Liberium.
That one. And then if that is kind of a bust, we're going to start doing research and try to see if we can't figure out what's going on with those lights in Tricky and Trickster.
Okay. He scratches his head. Quite a few things under our belt. If you want to stick around with us after this whole debacle, it's kind of complicated to explain. It's really a lot of things. One of the things, if anything, is just taking a dumb break. We've been sort of back-to-back high stakes missions for the past 2 months, so it's a bit much. 3 months. Taking a break, looking into helping out a friend, find his missing pieces, looking into a little more of a missing person. Well, not a missing person. There's magical shit happening. That the sort of things. But right. Let me give in. The rest of the group seems to be all right with you, and I still have to extend my invitation to Jaska as well. But I mentioned to Eric that if you want to tag along with us, seem all right. I don't have anything against you so far. But if you want to join a group, it's been a bit small lately. We've lost some people.
Oh, sorry to hear that. That's always difficult. I would know.
Yeah, difficult.
Thank you for your offer. I'll consider it.
Of course.
You're a strange group, quick to to trust strangers, but also kind of not. And he turns back to Klaus like,
He watches his eye line and snorts at that. Like I said before, he actually doesn't.
I can see that.
If you looked at him,
And yet,
he'd probably be tossing in his sleep a bit.
In note of concern for a moment, looking at that, but turns his attention back to Neri for now. Yeah, this given we're still watchful, of course,
Mhm.
like anyone else would be, meeting new people, but we're kind of a group that is if you haven't really slighted us yet, don't plan to, and your morals generally align with ours, as you've seen, then yeah, we're rather accepting.
he holds out his hand for Tenzin to shake. And he says, I promise I won't hurt any of you.
He blinks at the hand that's being extended, but he takes it and shakes it. Still, as he's getting to know him, doesn't quite have a handle of his personality yet. He will do an insight check.
This good boy can fit so much fucking evil in him.
But just to kind of get an idea of who he is rather than if he's lying or...
Never trust a beardless human.
Check.
23.
Imagine you met a beardless dwarf.
GM layer, Danny, either persuasion or deception.
Beardless dwarf? Impossible?
Not impossible.
The D&D gods won't permit it.
You shave and
shave.
then...
Yeah.
You shave, but then the world...
Yeah,
falls apart.
I'm an idiot. But, I mean, anyways, he's not lying at all. He's seriously he doesn't plan on harming anyone.
Well, I mean, aside from, like, not lying, what kind of read is he getting off of him? Like, is it sincere? Is he just kind of casual? Like, what's going on in the mind of Neri?
Boy, you have a really fucking high insight. He is the goodest boy to ever do good in the world.
my God.
I mean, he's honestly a genuine good guy. Like, he wants to do good and he's trying his best, but he has how do you say this? Like, he's nervous about a lot of things. He's something holding him back. He's nervous about not him harming others, but the situation around him harming others. So he's holding back, but seriously trying to do his best and help the group. That's the reason.
Okay.
He's a good boy.
He's a good boy. The goodest good boy to ever good. He gives a warm smile at that. It's a trusting one. You don't see any hints of other emotion aside from understanding. He notes the nervousness and the worries behind his past or whatever present that is currently burdening his shoulders. But he gets it. And he takes his hand and shakes it with a firm grip. You're a good man. I like to think that. I can feel it off of you.
Maybe we should focus. But when we are back in the city, we could hang out. And he asks, like, he never asked anyone to hang out before, so he's confused about what he should do.
He's never had a play date.
He never had a friend. Maybe a drink something like that. I don't know. Whatever you want. But good.
His grin widens.
I
Yeah,
want to.
let's hang out. Tell me more about you. You tell me your stories on the road. I'll tell you some things. Not that mine are very interesting, but
Right. Of course. And he turns back to the road to keep watch.
he also looks back and is poking at the fire, and then idly weaving grass. Not making anything. He's just fiddling. Until then, and I'm going to do my perception.
A perception check.
I'll take my horse to the old time road. Ride till I can't no more.
Hang no more. What a good song.
Figure check. Tenzing.
22.
Ooh.
Woo, buddies!
Look
There it
around,
is.
it looks like the coast is clear. Your watch goes by undisturbed.
Wait, we're on the coast?
What?
Shut the
Nothing.
fuck up.
Oh, leave.
Nikki just got it.
Amazing.
We all caught it, and then Nikki took a moment to realize they dropped it.
I'm slow, okay? Alright, so your watch ends. Are you guys gonna go wake the next group?
Who is the next people? Was it
Varric and Jasker.
Eric and Jasper?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, Tenzing stretches after he adds a little bit more to the fire. Alright. Who's next? Let's see. Varric and Jessica. Which one you want to wake?
You fucking would.
Alright, so I guess I'll get this. Okay. Tenzing goes over to Varric and leans down. Varric. Little shake.
What?
Do you always snore like that?
Only on nights when I wear a fabulous mustache, as he twirls it a little bit.
That is fair. Yeah, it's time for your watch.
Alright, and Varric will just rip the mustache off his own face and go. Alright, that wakes you up.
He winces and grimaces the entire time watching him rip it.
Oh, that wakes you up.
Yeah, that does.
It has
You
that
need to
cool
find a better way
burn. I have a solvent.
I would say with that thing that Varric just did, there are two elven individuals in the party who would probably hear that.
It's like a
Alright,
cool burning, you know what I mean?
Eric, I don't know if you decided to go back to sleep or whatever else, but Alexis smacks both hands over her ears.
Oh, that
Sorry,
hurt.
Varric. We have some people who actually have like really good ears, so we kind of light sleepers.
I mean, I have good ears too.
Yeah, but they have like extra good ears.
Fine. Sorry.
All right, well, you good luck
Get a
on your
middle
watch.
What was that, Nikki?
You get a middle finger before her arm drops back down.
Okay, well now that's just rude.
All right, come on. We didn't say anything on the watch. Did Neri wake up Jasker yet, or should I go over?
Yeah, we'll say Neri went and woke up Jasker.
Okay, so woke up and on the way, just because he saw Klaus tossing and turning. How is he looking right now?
Suppose it depends on how close you get, because he just appeared to be talking to himself in his sleep.
Walks up to him quietly as he can, but does he seem super disturbed?
Because he's minus everything, yeah. Just kind of tossing back and forth. He just kind of occasionally, you hear can't. You can't. It's not allowed. You can't. I yield.
Tenzing will just quickly he takes off his coat, puts it on him, and gives him a light shake, just enough to wake him a little bit off from the
He noticeably soothed just a tiny bit. At this point, he just kind of is stuck on occasionally saying, I yield. I yield.
Alright. If he's not tossing much anymore, then he'll let him be. But keeps the coat there over his shoulders.
As you walk off, Tenzing, you hear a quiet voice pop up. Pipe. Everything all right?
He's doing the thing again.
Sitting up entirely, rubbing at her eyes. She walks over, slides out of her sleeping area, and walks over to Jack. Can I borrow Echo?
What? Oh, sure.
Thank you. Still very sleepily, picks up Urkel and walks on over, setting him down by where Klaus is resting, and mutters, "I'll snuggle up real good, okay? Nice Echo," and pats the top of his head. Urkel, who'd been fast asleep, kind of very wobbly, sleepily, heads over, curling up against Klaus's head and then falling back asleep. And Alexis gives Tenzing a thumbs up and moves to get back to sleep as well.
Gives her a thumbs up in return, and goes off to find a place to sleep. And he, as nights before, he takes a pinch of hair and chops it off, and then.
All right, Varric and Jasker.
Alright, Jasker will now get his pipe out and the wood that he was carving and just kind of sit kind of like he did before, just prop himself up and, you know, light his pipe and start smoking his pipe and start carving.
Varric will start pulling out his painter's supplies and then look over and say, "What you carving?"
He takes a second and looks at it, and he just says, "I don't know yet." I never know when I do these things. I just keep working it until it's done. I'll find out when I'm done.
Interesting. I usually don't like to start a project unless I know what I'm aiming for.
Sometimes there's freedom in not knowing.
I suppose, but there's also a sort of... You don't get to a certain level of standards without having a game plan. And there's possibilities, certainly, but usually best to form an image in one's mind.
Well, if there's anything I've learned about any of these things, it's that standards don't matter.
I believe they do.
As long as you enjoy what you're doing, by the end of it, people will start seeing.
Yes, but to get better at one's craft, one must first set standards.
I mean, if that helps you.
Oh, absolutely. As a professional, I must hold myself up to certain standards. And then try to surpass them.
Sometimes, if you do something enough, You just wake up one day and you're better without knowing it.
Well, there is a certain truth to that. If one wishes to truly reach the peaks of their abilities, it takes a deliberate time and effort.
I'm not saying you don't dedicate yourself. I'm just saying that if you spend too much time looking at other people and putting yourself against them, you're not really following what you want to do. You're looking at them and you're saying to yourself, am I as good as that? Can I be as good as that? It's not worth it.
I believe that criticism and critique is one of the better ways to reach a ever higher level. I cannot ever truly perfect my craft, but it is comforting to know that I can always get better.
Of course, everyone can get better. Even the masters. My father used to tell me that a real master is a lifelong student.
You know, funnily enough, my father actually told me something fairly similar. He told me you're never really done learning. And those who are the best have always taken in the world around them.
I can see that. And he takes another long draw of his pipe and kind of exhales a cloud of smoke.
I wish to apologize if I was rude earlier today.
Honestly, I'm used to it. Don't worry.
Well, it's simply put, not really so much against your... It's not so much a malice against your character as in for more so the love that I give to... And he gestured to the people he's been traveling with. They're family to me. And heaven and hell protect whoever scorns them, for there is no protection against me.
Yeah. I can understand that. I remember what it's like.
No family anymore?
No family anymore.
What happened? If you're up for such a chat.
No offense, but I don't think I am.
Fair enough.
All right. Make your perception checks. Oh, no.
I do want to say, as he keeps working, and he starts to finish the piece, he'll finish it and then just kind of set it next to Varric before the watch is up.
What is it?
Can I make the roll real quick to see how well I did?
Yeah, make your roll for that.
What would I roll? This is my first time.
Performance.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Perhaps based off of dexterity, I would assume. Sleight of hand, perchance?
Yeah.
Because I am using woodcarver tools. Would that
Okay.
be...
Oh, okay. Then click your tools.
Okay. And then use dex?
Yeah.
Okay. 14. Okay. So he sets it down, and it's a kind of wolf howling but you can tell that there's still a couple rough edges. You can tell that like the detail isn't quite as good, but it's very much recognizable as a wolf. And he sets it down and he says, I could have done better. He kind of smirks at Varric and then walks off to finish the.
But did you enjoy yourself?
Every time.
Well, that's good. I do think it's rather nice.
And as he's walking away, he just kind of stops a little bit and just kind of looks over his shoulder and says, I appreciate that.
And Varric's been painting his own painting while this conversation's been going on, and he's really just trying to paint the battle that transpired between the party and the cave dragon.
Nice.
Would you like me to make a roll for that? Oh, master.
Yeah, make your perception checks. Sorry, I was
Yeah.
roasting.
Oh no, I was. Do you want me to make my painter supplies check?
Oh yes. What are you painting?
The battle with the cave dragon, and
Okay.
how everyone sort of more or
Make your
less. Yeah. There we go.
You make an incredibly impressive reenactment of the battle that had commenced with the dragon. The work that everyone had placed in, a little bit of the poison curling into the bodies of Alexis and Klaus, but the dragon lying nearly defeated as you guys jump.
What do you think? I think I captured your image fairly well here.
Jasker kind of looks at it before leaving. He just goes, nah, I'm not as pretty as that.
My paintings often give everyone a little bit of blush.
And he kind of smiles a little bit and walks away.
Make your perception checks.
Oof.
Don't worry. You ready? Because I'm about to roll a natural 20.
Stop! No! No!
Honestly, could be worse.
Goblins kill you all in your sleep.
Looking around, you don't spot anything.
Well, this was a good talk.
Alright, so do you go to wake the next three?
Before he does, Varric is going to cast Sending.
To who?
He will try to cast Sending to Malone.
Oh shit.
Alright.
And he will just say... I don't know if you're still interested in me, but could you at least protect his dreams? He deserves better.
Roll a d100.
Oh boy.
I would like to note that if he is on the observable plane, Sending does have a chance of reach. But of course.
It depends on whether gods count.
I know.
11.
Alright, and you're speaking specifically about Klaus?
Yes.
Okay. Alright.
Merrick will just add on to that, even though sending has already ended. You and I seek to spread joy. I can try to help him while he's awake, but I can't do that while he's asleep.
All right.
And Merrick will wake up Alexis.
All right. Stirs awake.
Yeah,
And,
Jasker will wake up Klaus.
Hello, sleepyhead.
Before that happens, I gotta drag Judah to whisper.
Ah!
Die!
Nikki,
You all
did you
come
need
with
me
me?
in there as well?
Yep.
Okay.
No RPing over here, guys. I got my eye on you.
Yee.
So, Klaus,
Hi.
as you are tossing and turning in your sleep, muttering to yourself, the weight of the coat over your body did help, as well as the familiar soft feathery sensation of the tiny body resting near your head. There are still those lingering dreams, although a little more comforting with the help of these two items and creatures. Soon the nightmare that is standing before you, an individual with their sword raised, you lying helpless by their and suddenly it's gone. The images around you now replaced with a very familiar style of drawing. You recognize it as your own. Your specific style of drawings of the man, rather than holding the sword above you, now holding what looks to be a balloon sword. The ground around you looks like it was sketched out in pencil. And looking around, everything is just black and white, like a sketch. And as you pull yourself up onto your knees, taking in your surroundings, a little confused, a bit of clarity comes to your mind. This isn't real. This is a dream. And as you continue looking around, you soon notice a man crouched by your body. Long black hair, charming smile on his face. He rests a large hand against your shoulder, comfortingly, giving it a small pat. And just says, "Unfortunately, this is all I can do for now, but apparently you have a friend who's looking to help more frequently. Enjoy your sleep." And gives a small wink and disappears. And slowly but surely you see the sketched surroundings around you begin to melt and fade to a sense of comfort that surrounds you. And then you feel the sensation of someone waking you up. And now we'll head back over.
No one will believe you.
Implying that Klaus is as excited to tell people.
Curious to see how you interpreted that. Now let's go.
I'm gonna shit. That's all. Guys, I'm
And we're
dead.
back.
Hi. Oh, I guess bye, Klaus.
Jasker, you
Right now.
Jasker, you go to wake Klaus, who has a very calm look on his face. And slowly opens his eyes.
Morning,
It's
sleepyhead.
our watch. And he looks over towards Varric, and for a moment, his eyes almost twinkle a little bit. But He just looks over towards Jasker. Yeah, it's He kind of looks at the position of the moon, notices it's approaching the horizon. Right. Yeah. And he slowly gets up.
How'd you sleep?
He looks at him again, and
Eric will smile.
it takes him a minute, and an almost imperceptible smile kind of appears on his face, a bit of a quirk to his lip, and he just says, "Better."
I'm glad to hear that.
Well, the rest of you need to get to bed.
Yes, 6, wakey. It's time to get up.
Alexis,
Oh, and Eric, I need to get him up as well.
don't worry about it, Elf. I've got it.
Very well.
Night,
Possible.
Varric.
Good night. And Varric will go to bed.
Klaus will move on over and lightly shake Eric.
Yeah, Eric will just roll over, and he doesn't even want to like open his eyes, but he'll like start getting up.
A mood.
I feel that.
Yeah.
I can't physically understand anymore because now I just wake up and bound out of bed.
You're powerful.
It's called. It was my past semester. Just like I had knocked out any sense of being tired in my body.
All right, so the three of you get up and sit down, ready for your watch.
Eric would take out his playing cards and ask, "Hey, do either of you know how to play cards?"
No idea.
I would say that Klaus does. So he just, yeah.
Oh. Do you happen to be a betting man?
Not terribly.
Well, that's not very fun.
I wasn't speaking about this occasion. What do you have?
Well, we could just play cards and talk, I guess. We don't have to bet money.
I mean, he like thinks about it, thinks about the words that he's been hearing throughout the entirety of this day and even before that, and with a bit of a sigh, he pulls out 3 gold. Smaller wager.
I think that works. And he takes out 3 gold and looks to Alexis. Do you want to join?
Teach me how to play, and I'm sure I could kick both your butts.
Sure. So, I guess this round will just be to teach. And he gives each of everyone 2 cards face up and starts explaining how to play blackjack.
Alright.
I will say to keep things a little simple, I will have all 3 of you guys roll a d20, and the higher number is a good.
Alrighty.
I got a question. So, Eric is technically proficient in playing cards.
I will let you do
So
2
how did
rolls
that
and keep the better one.
Awesome.
Shit.
All right, so you guys take your cards and make your. Oh god!
2 twos.
Oh,
Two
dear.
twos? What the fuck? Alexis actually beat her asses. Wow. Wow.
I love. We stand a queen.
Alexis is looking at both your guys' cards, sets hers down with a smug smile on her face, and holds out her hand. Read a
Oh no,
minute.
I wasn't saying that I rolled
That
2 twos.
motherfucker.
I was saying that Klaus got
2 twos.
his
and
hand
blackjack.
was the
Oh,
worst
damn it.
hand, which is
Damn.
2
Oh, okay.
All right, 10. Nope, don't have to bother rolling it. Well, okay.
No,
Those are
he has to
great.
know how badly he beats her.
Flexing.
Alexis looks at what you guys put down, and then looks at Klaus's and is just like, at least I beat one of you.
Mm. We're going again.
And then
three
we'll
more.
gamble throughout the night.
All right, so that was 3 gold, so you got 6 gold, Eric.
End of the night, Klaus is just wearing a barrel.
Alone.
We just ditch
Alright,
him on the
let's
side
go
of the
one
road,
more.
just be like, we don't know that man.
He's
Make a
lost.
roll.
He's lost himself to gambling.
First it started with the gambling, then the alcohol, then
Oh no!
Oh, shit.
Complete fucking opposites. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. That's my fucking property. Don't you dare.
Alexis arches her brow. She's like, you do a lot better when your competitive spirit comes through.
It's
Can
beginner's
you do
luck.
better at a game of chance?
Technically, there is some skill to blackjack.
That's fair.
Yeah, deception, most importantly.
What? There's no
No.
deception in blackjack.
That's
It's just
Oh,
whether-
I'm thinking of a different. Sorry.
You can think of poker. Blackjack is just
Yeah.
whether or not just counting cards if you're cheating.
Yeah, blackjack is full statistics.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So Eric and Alexis hand over 3 gold to Cloud.
We could instead of putting money on the table.
But close.
No.
I like to think I'm just the darkest thoughts in everyone's mind.
Questions.
Oh,
We could- you wanted to ask me a question earlier, right?
So. It's like at the idea of exchanges of information, he kind of becomes a bit uncomfortable. But he kind of looks over towards Alexis for a bit of reassurance.
She glances at you and then glances at her money pouch with a bit of a pout and just, honestly, I think that's probably better. I'm sort of just planning to use this coin for something in the town.
Don't worry, I can spot you if you need anything.
No, actually, don't want you to know yet.
Kind of squints, but doesn't say anything.
Just because it gives him an excited grin.
Just kind of rolls his eyes before looking back over at Eric and. Yeah, sure.
I'm in.
Perfect. And then Eric does like a what do you call it? Like a very difficult shuffle, just to show off.
Trick shuffling.
Yeah.
I'm guessing at the same time you get the same mutual look from Klaus and Alexis of just like, mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You better not be cheating.
And he goes, should we? Oh, I just realized there's 3 of us, so there's gonna be 2 losers. I guess the winner gets to ask whoever one of the losers whatever they want.
Sounds
Does that
fair.
work?
Yep, that works.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, and then he deals.
Oof.
Ha.
Oh boy.
It's like
What?
visibly at his win. Visibly at his win, Klaus just kind of.
Alexis holds up a high five.
He looks and proceeds to, not awkwardly, but very intentionally, turkey her, hitting it with
Hitting with what?
hitting the hand with a fist.
I guess a snort from her.
But he goes ahead and kind of looks over towards Eric, and then kind of remembers the whole long story thing, and instead, judging by how you present yourself, you seem to be well off. Is that true?
I mean, I have coin. I'm not a noble, if that's what you're asking.
Even despite the honor of a game, he must insight check regardless.
Make your insight. And Eric on GM layer, your roll to
Sure.
Shit! Can only roll high on cards.
Seems he's
Even-
telling the truth.
Alright. Next hand.
I totally got this one.
Good luck.
What the fuck? What the?
Oh!
She didn't need luck.
DM forced the roll. Don't believe it. It's all conspiracy.
I hate this. I hate it here.
DM forced the roll. It's a conspiracy. Conspiracy!
Heath, expose them.
Don't look at me, guys. But God does. God does. Satan only laughs.
That
I'm
is
just
forsaken
here
us.
chilling.
May you witness my power. Eric?
I'm just glad she used it for this role, and not like in
Alright.
combat to kill us.
Oh, that's
Alright.
smart. 2d20 K1.
Alright, so literally after saying what she did, Alexis puts down very good hand and
It's
crosses her arms.
blackjack. It's an ace and a
Ace and a king
and a
or
king
whatever.
or something. Yeah.
Klaus
Ace and
kind
a
of squints. Squints at her. He's just like, you sure he didn't fuck with time for that one?
I'm just this amazing.
Ask your amazing question.
Resting her elbows on her knees, folding her hands and squinting over them at you, Eric, she gives you this very assessing stare.
Okay, this seems unfair.
Should have thought of that before we played.
I realize now.
I have to ask. Are you actually really bad with people, or is it all a front?
Did you mean to ask Klaus?
Oh no, I'm asking you. I already know his dirty laundry.
Wow,
am
what
I,
a
am I
fucking...
bad with people?
Klaus snorts at Eric's little remark.
Jesus, but that is just mean! Six is out for fucking blood.
Alexis.
Alexis is up for.
I will get there!
Well, I'm waiting. Well, the fact that you don't even realize that you're shite at people kind of answers my question.
Well, I'm usually threatening people. So, yeah, I guess.
So you are bad with people.
I guess so, yeah.
That's alright, no shame in that. She reaches over, patting your knee, and then sitting back up again.
Klaus, for a moment, gives Eric a look of solidarity almost in that, before kind of just calling out, "Hand."
Yeah, maybe someone else wants to deal this time.
Oops.
I'm assuming.
Yeah, make your rolls.
Yeah, okay.
Oh my god.
Double threes, ouch.
As soon as it got to what Eric wanted, in terms of asking for information, he can't win.
Why do I keep giving these guys good hands?
Oh my god.
But Klaus will again kind of note the little bit of anxiety on his face, and instead, Alexis,
Turns her eye to him.
what does your little secret concerning your money have to entail?
You see an immediate look of regret on her face.
Huh.
Fuck.
A little
I'm
bit
not
of teeth shining in the fire.
I'm not going to forget this betrayal. I hope you know that.
Good.
She looks over at Eric with a worried squint. How much information, rule-wise, do we have to give?
She was gonna go to fucking Victoria's Secrets and get herself some nice fucking lingerie.
I made sure to ask you a basic question. Whether it is buying something or...
All right. It's a gift.
He nods, unassumedly.
Am I able to keep it at that? Sort of
Yeah.
ruins the surprise if I do any more.
Yeah, I think that works.
Glances at Eric at that and then gives Klaus a hopeful, like, come on, he agreed.
No, he said hand.
Oh, okay. Oh, God.
Perhaps this is like the second to last.
Oh, come on.
That's what you get for waiting.
It'd be like that sometime.
Alexis,
Sorry.
Alexis looks at you, Eric, and is just like, are you sure you're good at this game?
I mean, I could cheat, but I'm not. Like,
She's saying this as she puts down that one.
And as he puts down his wonderful fucking... And internally, he just kind of thinks, it's a whole lot more than just sleep. Alright. And he kind of sits back and just thinks for a solid bit of time. Do you... And at first he'll kind of shake his head, and it's just like, I'm not going to bring up that thing. You said there was a long story, so I'll save it for later. So, don't be afraid, so to speak, but for starters, where did you grow up?
Good Rock.
He just slowly nods at that. How was it? I know second questions aren't exactly a thing, but...
It was fun.
Slowly nods. We've been down and about there. Never actually got into Good Rock, but around other areas like Vendar. Good people. Klaus kind of like acknowledges the blooming quiet before he just kind of quietly says, hand. This will be the last one, I think.
Oh my god, I need to.
I believe in you! Oh no, alert.
Oh god.
He finally got it back.
I'm
Alexis
so
looks
sorry
down
for
at your
you,
guys'
Master.
hands and then grins.
Eric is just. Before he even shows his hand, it's just sadness. He knows it's about him.
Tapping her chin in thought, she kind of thinks to herself, do I want to pick on Eric more, or do I return the betrayal?
Return, 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 return. I am the voice in the back of your head that tells you bad things to do. Return!
The devil on the shoulder. I can be your angle or your double.
Oh my
Don't
god.
take my job, Eric.
God, I gotta think this over.
You could roll a die to determine it if you're that torn, Nikki.
Just
No,
the-
more torn on question.
Would you ever be willing to fuck Eric?
Oh my god.
No. She looks at you, Klaus. Kind of has like this mischievous little look in her eye and smile. But it soon kind of fades more into a more relaxed, casual smile on her face. All right, Klaus,
Oh, that's a good question, Danny.
Answer me this. As of right now, recently, are you happy?
He kind of looks off guard by that, definitely. Kind of clearing his throat just a bit. Is that it?
Yes.
Kind of raises his eyebrows a bit. Define happy in particular.
Gives it a fond roll of her eyes.
Having fun, more relaxed, enjoying yourself.
Suppose there's no foreseeable danger, that except for tomorrow, or later today, I should say.
Klaus got to answer the question.
Thinking. So, not entirely relaxed because I'm always on the lookout. But as far as negative emotions, I'd say I'm okay.
Kind of stares for a moment. And gives a small sigh. It's just like, all right, I won't push it.
I was answering seriously. I just don't really know about the criteria.
Like I said before, enjoying yourself, not dreading the next hour or day.
Well, if it means anything, this is a hell of a lot better than the start.
All right, I'll take that answer.
He kind of gives her a bit of a meek grimace, like a bit of a smile, but yeah.
She gives him an understanding nod of her head and looks towards Eric again. Though, I suppose just to be a bit fair, since you're just so terrible at this game, let's allow you to have one question each.
Damn. Fucking Sass Master 9000.
Wow.
Good night, Danny.
Good night. I
Night.
think
Once.
Continue.
I think it's only fair if I get to ask each of you a question.
That's what I said.
Oh, I thought you said a question, just like a single one.
My goodness, bad at card games and bad at listening. Just shakes her head.
Looks lay off a bit.
I'm teasing.
Okay. This is a lot of pressure now. I guess Klaus.
He was just like passively scratching at his chest and kind of looks up at you.
Where I guess this question is for either of you, really, actually. What do you do when you go to train?
Glances at Klaus.
As of just this. Oh, wait, actually. Yeah, right. As of last night, trying to think of timelines here. Meditation, combat training. Well, not getting there quite yet. She still has some things to work on. A little while back on the Celia, some things had happened, and she had lost her ability to walk. And basically, using meditation, I taught her how to take her ki down to her legs, allowing them to heal. And well, she's mobile now, so it's been working.
Eric's gonna insight that.
All right, make your
Alrighty.
insight check.
Well, don't think
Finally.
I can roll higher on anything.
Yes.
It
So
was biting. One can say that everything that he said was true, but there is admittedly something he is leaving.
Eric kind of laughs. And he looks at Alexis and says, I could ask you this as a question, but
Arches a brow. Ask what?
I think I'll just... I have a different question that I think is actually important, so I'll just say...
What? No, now I'm curious. Ugh.
It's
Fine, both. Do both.
2 questions? I get 2 questions?
Yes, don't go silent. I will tell me. Do both.
What is he leaving out?
Immediate, I regret my life decision.
Eric is grinning.
And there it goes, biting me immediately.
I don't tell.
Also,
And then he
like, why the fuck say what you had to say?
Well, thinks about it. Suppose you could think of it as mental training as well.
I would like to insight that.
Go ahead.
Oh, damn.
Why now?
Seems to be telling the truth, keeping it pretty vague, but telling the truth.
Okay. Yeah, Eric just kind of laughs, and he shrugs his shoulders, and he says, well, whatever it is you're doing, you don't have to worry about me telling the others.
He kind of squints. Like
So does Alexis.
confusion.
What's that supposed to mean?
Really good question.
You're just being very vague, so I can't. I would not like anyone else to assume anything about what you're doing.
Assume what?
He looks at Klaus and just gives him a. Is she seriously asking that question?
Klaus is just as
Going off, and
confused.
it's just like, are
What
you
was that,
insinuating? Are you
What was-
insinuating they're fucking? And then goes back to sleep.
No,
Shut
what was
up.
that, Judah?
Klaus is also legitimately confused. Like you expected, like commonality. No, he's also confused. Like, what are you insinuating?
When Eric notices that, when it dawns that like Klaus is equally confused, Eric just laughs again, shakes his head, and is like, "Never mind. Can I get to my second question now?"
I mean, yes, of course, but at the same time, I genuinely want to know what it is that people are thinking now. You make it sound like it's a bad thing. What is it?
I second this.
It's a shame we're not playing cards and you don't get to ask me a question.
Your cards are right in front of you.
Anyway, my other question: do either of you happen to have like a piece of paper and something to draw with, really quickly? I want to ask if you've seen something, if you have any vague memory of something.
Klaus looks a little bit constipated at that, but he just.
Before Klaus could
no,
say
it-
anything, go ahead.
I've got it. And he reaches to his bag and pulls out a notebook. It seems to be rather stylized, actually. But flipping obscenely quickly through the pages, he rips one of the ones at the very back,
She gives a nod of her head.
and then closes the book and rips it right back into his.
Can I have something to?
Right. And he yes, I have to do this. He brings out a pencil, but it is not a pencil, it is a colored pencil. But he looks like he noticed a bit too late. So
Red,
Oh, no.
red what you cut out?
A red-colored pencil.
Eric just takes it, and he tries to the best of his ability, sketch something out. Which I don't know if I should describe what he attempts to draw or roll and then see if he does well and then describe it.
Yeah, make a performance.
Sure.
Okay, get the general gist of whatever it is you're trying to draw.
Eric frowns at it, but he turns it back to Alexis, and it's a symbol. Well, it's a vague drawing of two hands and a blooming flower inside of it. And he says, "I've gathered that you don't remember much, but I was wondering if this perhaps might jog a memory. If you've seen the symbol before."
One moment.
Ow.
Alright, there's a long moment where she's staring at it. A bit of a furrow comes to her brow. And then a bit of a wince as she holds her head. I think it's familiar. Why is that familiar? Yeah, she just has her eyes shut and holding her head. Eyes shut tight, I mean.
Yeah, Eric. All the kind of leftover joy from Eric's face kind of leaves, and he frowns and crushes the paper and tosses it into the fire. And he says, I think I might know. I don't know if you care about knowing about your past or if you just wanted to stay gone. But I think I know a place to start.
Hold on, I gotta make a roll for her.
Yeah, Klaus is progressively getting more worried as he's watching her expression.
Okay. Eric, this is a very strange thing to you. Klaus, you briefly saw this happen once before, where suddenly it looks like her body blurs for a moment, like it is stuttering in time, and then she settles down again. Eric, to you, it was like you saw a person just shift in space for a second, like rapid, like to best describe in real person terms, like a video had been fast forwarded, then rewinded, then immediately set back to play.
A glitch.
Yeah.
What just...
Alexis.
Did I do something?
He's not focusing on you. Alexis.
My head...
Try to reach a place of meditation. Shark or fish? Come on.
Right, let me see if she can.
I'll make another save. At first, her breathing seems a little off. Still clutching her head like she's in a great deal of pain. But soon the breathing starts getting a little louder and slower. And the clutching, her fingers clutching her hair seem to start to slowly relax as she focuses on slowing her breathing.
Good, good. For a moment, Klaus looks over at Eric, and for a minute, he looks hostile. But with his own breath, try not to do that again without letting her know. Or me.
Sure, I did.
It's all right. I'm all right. That happens sometimes. She squints her eyes open.
It's fine. Just her past is a bit of a mystery to the lot of us, and
On a man's arm.
What?
That symbol, it was on a man's arm. There's like another small wince again. She's kind of thinking, but her expression relaxes. The place where I was chained, that cave, the cold, the heavy chains. There was a man on his arm, that symbol. I can't remember any more than that.
Eric is like visibly not taking that well. And do you remember what the man looked like?
Her brows furrow again. I couldn't lift my head. There
perhaps we should talk
was-
about this at another time.
It's alright, I can share this at least. I really don't remember a face. I think there was a weight around my neck that didn't let me lift my head. I couldn't see past his neck.
I'm gonna start making the food. You guys can conversate. He just kind of walks off and starts preparing the things.
She watches him walk off for a moment, the momentary flicker of panic crossing her gaze before she seems to comment and glances back to Eric. I'm sorry, I really don't remember much.
No, it's you have no reason to apologize. I shouldn't have brought that up. I didn't realize it would.
No, it's alright, like I said. It sort of happens sometimes when specific things jog my memory.
Eric looks like increasingly anxious and how much longer do we have for the SWAT?
Dropping her hand away from her head, she looks off in the sky. Probably just a couple more hours.
Eric, Eric looks like just looks down and nods and
Are you all right?
takes. You don't need to ask me that. I'm fine.
It doesn't exactly take a genius to tell that's not true. I won't pry, of course, but if this is something that's important to you, if something comes back to me again, I could let you know.
You don't have to put yourself through that anymore.
It's really alright. Honestly, it's just a matter of time before plenty of things comes to the forefront of my mind, I'm sure.
Do you, well, anyway,
Can you not mention what you saw to the others, please?
of course. Of course. Do you want to learn how to count cards?
It gets a bit of a head tilt from her. Count them.
Yeah, it's how you make sure you win. Gotta be careful though. People will break your hands for it, so don't get caught.
Well, yeah, sure. Could be a useful skill someday, perhaps.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's alright. Before we do, I do want to do a quick check, if that's alright. And she kind of glances over to where Klaus had disappeared and then back at him. Do you mind if I do just a quick check on him?
Sure. You don't have to ask me for permission.
That gets a questioning stare from her. It was more to be polite.
Right. Sorry, I'm just like you said, I'm not in the best place at the moment.
Look, I know you just met me only a day ago, but if at any point you do want to talk to someone, I don't mind lending an ear.
Honestly, I'm pretty sure if I was to talk to anyone, you'd be the one person that would hear it anyway.
That gets a grin from her. Well, you're not wrong. You
Yeah,
really are right, though.
Yeah, just haven't had a drink in a while. As well.
Well, once we're back in the city and find ourselves an inn, how about in return for the card game, I can buy you a drink?
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
Cool. All right, I'll be right back. Let me do a quick check. And she stands up. There's a momentary pause where, like, she opens her palm and kind of looks down at it for a moment, a worried furrow coming to her brow, before she kind of shakes her head and closes it and walks over to where Klaus is preparing food. And she kneels by him. Everything all right?
Yeah. You just when you started moving like that, I thought maybe he did something, but as soon as the thought came, it left. And I'm just getting away in case I get angry or something.
That gets a small mix of a fond but also apologetic smile on her face.
I sometimes resort to violence on reaction, and I'm trying to be not violent, but it is difficult.
Nods her head. Well, you did good just then. At the very least, I am grateful for you worrying about me. But, it seems I'm alright now. She looks down at her palm. It stopped.
Good. And he slightly nods a bit more. It's good, good. And then he kind of looks back down at his hands, and he was kind of half preparing. It looks like he has like the makings of a sandwich, but it looks like he slowly began to make a gyro again, and then he kind of like stops. Should I scrap and make something different? I was thinking we should make sandwiches instead of gyros, but sandwiches are kind of related in a way.
There's like a curious look to her eyes at his kind of fumbling with his words. And she kind of just reaches out to rest her hand against his back and kind of give it a light rub. It's just, honestly, either way seems fine. Everything you make is absolutely delicious. Even when I managed to ruin it a bit, it's still delicious.
We didn't ruin it last time. Stew are supposed to be kind of chunky. Not as chunky, but chunky.
You all right, really, though?
Yeah,
I'm sorry if I scared you.
you're fine. I already told you a bit about how my pater did things. I typically, out of the 4 different responses one can have, I typically switch to fight mode. So, I just feel a little bit guilty for getting aggressive. I didn't say anything, but for a moment I thought I was going to hit him before I even did, but I quickly understood that that wasn't what was actually happening. I wasn't perceiving it right, and
You know, Klaus, I personally think that when it comes to scenarios or people or things that we hear, the first thought that comes to mind is what we were taught. The second thought that comes to mind is who we really are. So even though your first reaction was to get violent, what you actually did was step away. And that's who you really are.
maybe. And he kind of like heaves a deep breath and looks up at the sky. A bit of a yawn escapes his mouth. But after doing a quick crack of his neck, he just kind of nods at what you had to say. Right. Do you think you didn't get Eric to apologize to me, did you?
Looks a little curiously at that.
No.
Because I know that you talked to Varric, I was wondering. You didn't.
No, and honestly with Verk, I didn't even tell him to apologize either. I did talk to him, yes. Told him that he should give you a bit more of a chance, actually talk to you, rather than start a conversation with a disagreement. If he apologized, that's all on him.
Oh. For a moment there, his hands stop moving over the third sandwich, and he just kind of freezes. But slowly, his movements, as if being brought out of a slowly speed up again. It's Jaskar did not seem to be. After the entire thing, he didn't seem to be as angry. That's good.
It is good. And I might look for the opportunity to have a chat with him as well. Though, honestly, just as I did with Varric, I'm not going to outright say anything. After all, we made a promise. Everything that happens during those times is just between us. And I'm not going to break that promise.
Right. He looks like he's jumbling through words, but he just has a bit of trouble getting them out.
She wait patiently. He still has that comforting palm rested on his back, still the small.
With this newer extension to the group, I have suspicions. But you know why. Off the top of my head, we don't look like bad people. And I don't know. Maybe I'm just being foolish, but I don't see that from Jaskar either.
You know, this is something I've sort of noticed. Correct me if I'm wrong, but from the way that you talk about trust, you make it sound as if that if you don't trust someone, you can't get along with them.
Isn't that how it normally is?
No, they're not necessarily two opposites of each other. You can get along with someone and not entirely trust them. You can be
How-
friends with someone and not entirely trust them.
How else do you keep people at bay then?
Well, in the end, that's sort of up to you. If you think that they're a person that you have to keep at bay, and if they are, then you don't have to force yourself to be kind or friendly to them. But if it's just someone that you've got a little bit of distrust with, you don't necessarily have to close off that road.
What if they are crafty?
Could always
You
be
think-
prepared.
I mean, you know, from what Eric had said, he's southern, but some of them could be northern. What if they know?
Then we just be prepared. Here, think of it a bit like this. She looks out over the sleeping members. If I wanted a painting done, I would trust Varric that he could make me a beautiful painting of whatever it is that I asked. But if I were going to go to a noble party where I wanted to keep up a good reputation, after things that have happened, I would not trust him with that. That doesn't mean we're not still friends, of course. I just don't trust him with around nobles now.
Ver just sits up immediately, says "fuck off," and then goes back.
She kinda gives Klaus a little quirk of her lip. You don't have to trust people on everything, and you don't have to distrust them in everything. It's just now that if I know that I'm going to a noble party that Varric has to come along to, I can better prepare for the worst case scenario.
Fuck off!
He kind of sits there and thinks about such. But aren't the stakes a little bit higher in my case?
Oh yes, a lot higher. But you've got other individuals, and she gestures to herself and Tenzing and Varric, to watch your blind spots.
He looks at Alexis and Tenzing with a familiar comfort in his eye. But his eyes kind of float over towards Varric. He kind of finds himself staring at him just for a bit. And slowly, his eyes that were a bit more analytical, they slowly melt into just looking. Same comfort. Before looking back at Alexis. Yeah. You're right. You should maybe try to be a bit less. No, that doesn't feel right. At least when it comes to these other newcomers, I will try to be a bit less abrasive. At best, we deserved that much. Jasker seemed to be pretty offended by the things that they said. And yes, Eric and I had a misunderstanding. And I don't know about Neri, but they freeze whenever I so much as look at them. I take it they've not left a very good impression on this new group.
Well, you've still been making good steps towards bettering your relationships with them. Honestly, Klaus, when you were talking with Eric and actually listened when I suggested apologizing in return, I was so proud of you for that.
To be fair, it was a lot easier when he isn't an asshole like Damien.
That's fair. There's going to be some people where it's easier to be amicable with them, and some people where it's not as easy. And that's okay. That's not a reflection on you.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Frankly, I was surprised to see that they wanted to help concerning the mission. I've been thinking about this on the back burner, but we would not have survived against that cave dragon had they not have been around. With how dangerous things are getting, it might be beneficial to maybe keep some of them around, maybe.
This is true, yes.
And he would say, like, the more that he's, like, talking and saying these things, the happier the smile on her face is getting.
What exactly did you say?
The more that he talks and says these things, the happier the smile on her face is getting.
What? I'm just looking at it objectively. We are very low on numbers. And they don't seem to be bad people. Sure, Neri is shady as all hell. And yes, Jasker has sticky fingers, but when he said that he didn't care, it didn't feel like apathy.
This is true, yes. But, like I said before, just because we might not trust him in some areas, I'm sure there's a number of areas that we could trust him in.
We'll see, depending on what happens when we come across Darlington. You know me. I prefer actions and words.
That is very true. But I mean it though, Claps. You are doing really good.
I would hope so.
Alright. Well, if you're focusing on making food for everyone, when you're done, do you want to come join Eric and me for more cards? He's going to teach me how to count them. I guess it's sort of a way to cheat.
When Immediately when she says count, he kind of looks over and then looks over towards Eric. You realize what can happen if you get caught doing that, right?
Oh yes, he told me. I have no intention of ever using it, of course, but who knows? Maybe down the line it could come in handy for a specific scenario.
They are hands because of that. And I don't mean they're cards.
Like I said, I'm not going to use it all the time. I'm just saying it could be a handy skill down the line.
Just be careful.
Does this mean you don't want to learn?
It means I already know.
Really?
You have no idea how boring things get in Platoon.
That's fair. Alright. Alright. Solo teaching session then. She gives one more like rub of his back and then pauses, kind of giving one last glance and just making one last sure that you are alright.
Same answer as before. A hell of a lot better than back at the study. And he gives her a bit of a smirk.
Gives a bit of a smirk in return. Right. Alright, I look forward to the feud and keep on keeping on as you are doing. And as she's moving to stand up, she gives a very quick peck to the forehead and then lets go of his back and walks over towards Eric.
Klaus kind of furrows his brow a bit at the sudden peck, but just kind of rolls his eye.
And Eric, you see Alexis take a seat in front of you with this eager, mischievous glint in her eye. All right, teach me how you do this.
Eric will go into explaining how to count cards because I have no idea.
Fair.
The way you
All right.
count cards is you simply just take note of what was done previously and then work out the statistics of what cards are left. It's technically not illegal, it's just something they don't like you to do.
Of course Satan would know.
And I'll say this is where tonight's session ends.